Playoff basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank, an official partner of the Minnesota Lynx, equal housing lender, member FDIC, and by Mayo Clinic. You know where to go. Let's head live to the arena. With the call of tonight's game, here's Sloan Martin.
The Minnesota Lynx embark on the semifinals in their quest for a record 5th WNBA championship. Today is game 1 in the best-of-5 series against the Phoenix Mercury, a team that has overcome multiple injuries with its disruptive defense and star core. Sloan Martin with you here from Target Center in downtown Minneapolis. The Lynx 3 wins from advancing to the WNBA Finals in consecutive seasons, but it starts right here against the Mercury, a team that Minnesota went 3-1 against this season, but they never once faced a healthy Phoenix Mercury team. Satou Sabally just 2 games. Kahleah Copper did not play at all against Minnesota. Alyssa Thomas 2 games, and Tawana Bonner 2 games as well. This Mercury team has turned into a well-oiled machine as they defeated last year's champion, the New York Liberty, in 3 games, winning games 2 and 3 after losing in overtime just narrowly in game 1. So take a look at our starting lineups in this matchup. Let's start with the Mercury, who finished the season 12-10 on the road, the number 4 seed for the WNBA playoffs. Satou Sabally in that closeout game, game 3, 23 points, 6 for 14 shooting, 12 rebounds, a monster game for her. Kahleah Copper had 12 points against the Liberty as well, and she's been deep in the playoffs before, a 2021 WNBA champion and finals MVP then as well. Alyssa Thomas finished 3rd in MVP voting. She garnered 3 first-place votes and finished right behind Napheesa Collier. Monica Koa-Makani, one of the top rookies in the W this season, one of the best stories and best shooters in the W this season. And Natasha Mack, a rebounding force, who had a quick cup of coffee a couple years ago with the Minnesota Lynx. And for Minnesota, a team that is 20-2 in the regular season here at home in Target Center. The higher seed, of course, number 1. Napheesa Collier finished 2nd in MVP voting, her 2nd season, finishing 2nd to A'ja Wilson. She had 18 first-place votes. Kayla McBride snapped out of a slump against Golden State in both games of that series. 18 points. 8 for 13 shooting for the veteran, one of the best shooters in WNBA history. Courtney Williams, the point guard. Alana Smith, the co-defensive player of the year, honored with her trophy before this game. And Bridget Carlton wraps up the starting 5. And the opening tip is won by the Phoenix Mercury, wearing white jerseys. Minnesota in their black Rebel jerseys with the bright green details. Working through Alyssa Thomas, 2nd and 3rd place in MVP as Thomas knifes her way inside, kisses it off glass for 2. She is having a tremendous season. She has finished top 5 in MVP voting the last several seasons, perhaps overlooked in a lot of ways, but capable of putting immense numbers up. Here's Kayla McBride, quick swing, open for 3 along the baseline. Alana Smith, that is no good. It's a 2-0 lead for the Phoenix Mercury about 35 seconds into this first quarter. Satou Sabally picks up her dribble, lobs it inside to Natasha Mack. She just kicks it out amongst a swarm of Lynx. 3 on the way by Copper is no good, and securing the rebound, Alana Smith quickly up ahead to McBride. Watching her teammates fill their lane, she's going to use a screen from Smith, quickly whipping it over to Smith. Back-to-back 3-point attempts is no good for Alana Smith, but clearly trying to hunt those opportunities early, knowing that she might find some opportunity along the perimeter. Kahleah Copper pick and roll with Alyssa Thomas. Alyssa Thomas in the paint against Napheesa Collier, flips it up. Her little shot-put shot is no good that time. 1 for 2 shooting for Thomas. Sprinting the floor, Alana Smith able to get free, but they're going to wave it off as a travel. She's trying to say, I put the ball down at the right time before I kind of shuffled into the right position to be able to convert this layup. Phoenix with a 2-0 lead, and Minnesota 0 for 2 to start this game. Back on defense, Phoenix 1 of 3. And it is Napheesa Collier and Alyssa Thomas going at it on both sides of the floor. So excited to see this one. Thomas trying to bully her way against Fee. Delivers a blow into the chest. The spin move off target as Fee stands her ground. Minnesota with the rebound. Courtney Williams pushing it up ahead. 1 dribble, going to dish it off to Collier. Natasha Mack guarding her on this side. She's going to sprint into the paint, loses control of her dribble. Minnesota gets it back. Here's Carlton lofting a 3, and that's off target. And flying in for that rebound is Collier, another Minnesota possession. Collier lining up a 3, hand in her face, and she drains it. Minnesota takes advantage of the multiple opportunities allowed by Phoenix, who as a team, they are second in terms of the fewest opponent second chance points per game. They're normally controlling the glass at a really steady rate. Thomas sets a screen for Copper. Copper dashes along the baseline, leaves it off for Natasha Mack, and she will score easily inside. This is a team that has the ability to slash multiple players with the ball in their hands going from outside in. Collier is going to pop another three, that time with Thomas, her hand in her face. Can't knock it down on that particular shot. Collier 1 of 2 shooting to start this game. Minnesota trailing by 4-3 as Satu Sabali glides into the paint. She can't finish inside. Rebound to Alana Smith. It's a 3-on-2 for Courtney Williams. Leaves it for McBride. One pass. Here's Carlton for 3. That's no good. And Matt can't corral it. Will stay in Minnesota basketball with 7:11 on the clock here in the first quarter. 4-3 is the Mercury lead. And these are two teams starting off slow shooting, a combined 3 for 12, but both teams who depend greatly on their defense and being disruptive, even denying any passes going through, as Kalia Copper got beat by McBride and then fouls her from behind. That will be her first. Copper did not play against Minnesota this season, but in the playoffs, I mentioned her being a finals MVP, 16 points per game in her career, double figures, 27 in the last 28. Here's Collier leaving it outside for McBride, sending a screen for McBride. McBride bounces her way into the paint, and she lofts it up and in for 2. It's a nice little mid-range shot for Kayla McBride to find her rhythm early. She's 1 for 1 shooting. Minnesota now with the lead back again, 5-4, 6:45 on the clock in the first quarter. Ball goes to Alyssa Thomas. Outside the three-point line, blanketed by Napisa Collier. Into the post, Satu Sabali draws attention, dishes it off again on the weak side to a cutting Natasha Mack. 2 times that play has worked where Minnesota's putting a lot of focus on the strong side, and Mack is able to get herself free with some great post-to-post passing. Bridget Carlton trying to weave around a screen. Collier is going to line up a 3. She's got it. Second 3 of the game for Napisa Collier. She's got a quick 6 points of Minnesota's 8, and the Lynx lead by 2, 8-6 with 6:10 on the clock in the first quarter. Again, Alyssa Thomas has it from the left wing, closely guarded by Napisa Collier. They clear out, and she's again trying to muscle her way inside. She finishes on the reverse. As a basketball fan, I think you just have to be excited to see these two go head-to-head, some of the toughest competitors at the 4 position in the game, and that time Thomas just steamrolled up ahead. Foul's going to go on Minnesota on this side, and that's going to go on Smith. And it looked like she was just battling inside for a rebound. Kind of went over the top, perhaps, against Alyssa Thomas, tried to poke it away, but it looked like there was an equal fight there to try and get position for that loose ball. So that is going to be on Alana Smith. Her first and the first team foul on the Lynx. Here's Satu Sabali fouled inside by Bridget Carlton, who is trying to contend that she stayed vertical. She does that so well. Minnesota is a team, obviously they're the best defensive team in the WNBA this season, but they just don't foul a lot. And Bridget Carlton maybe exemplifies that the most with how she stays vertical when she's in that legal guarding position where you are as straight as a board, jumping straight up into the air to try and deter that shot by a player streaking to the rim. But it's going to be 2 free throws here for Satu Sabali. She is good on the first. That will make it 9-8. Mercury over the Lynx. Minnesota 3 of 9 to start this game overall. The Mercury 4 for 8 from the floor. They got 4 points apiece from Thomas and Mack. And Sabali goes 2 for 2. Sabali this season 83% from the free throw line. Against Minnesota this season, just 2 games, but nearly 21 points per game and 10 rebounds on 44% shooting. But she was really carrying a lot when they didn't have Copper or AT. Off the backdoor feed, Napisa Collier patient inside, and she puts it down from close range to tie it up at 10. 5:20 to play in the first quarter. Phoenix back with the basketball once more. Thomas sets a high screen, opening up a downhill lane by Akoa Makani, and she easily takes care of business. The Phoenix Mercury, because of the attention this core has to attract in terms of Sabali, Copper, and Thomas, Those role players finding some opportunities open. Here's McBride launching from three. No good. Long rebound comes away to Carlton to keep his possession alive. McBride trying to take another Fighting Irish off the dribble. Attacks at the rim and a physical finish for Kayla McBride against Catherine Westbeld. Westbeld, a 29-year-old rookie, has turned into a really solid player for this team. Here she puts up a three. That's no good. And the rebound ripped down by Courtney Williams. This game tied up at 12. 4:30 to play before the second quarter. Courtney Williams weaving through a screen, a pick and pop for Collier. She fakes the handoff, takes a tee off the dribble, and finishes inside with a tiny seam she got. Another example of what I'm talking about, seeing these two go head-to-head as V got hit on a screen. Alyssa Thomas, blocked inside by Alana Smith as she tried the reverse. Courtney Williams speeding up the other way. Guarded by Akoa Makani, is going to slither her way along the baseline. Extra pass to McBride. Back door is Alana Smith for an easy two, and gorgeous playmaking by Minnesota's offense. It is 16-12. Minnesota now on top. Nafisa Collier leading all scorers with already 10 points off the bat on 4 of 5 shooting. Thomas quickly whips a pass underneath, and a backdoor cut by Kalia Copper is successful for an easy two. She led the WNBA in assists per game this season, a career high nearly 10, 9.2 this season. Minnesota misses on the other side, and a long rebound tracked down by Westbeld. And here's Satu Sabali guarded by McBride into the front court. Sabali finds a seam, and she will float it up and in for two. And the Mercury have tied this back up at 16. Sabali also with 4 points, joining Thomas and Mack for the team high. Courtney Williams now taking her time against Akoa Makani. Going up against this rookie from Cameroon who's competed in the French leagues. Nafisa Collier one-on-one against Alyssa Thomas, going between the legs, trying to take her off the dribble. Will drive and kick to Williams. 4 seconds to shoot. Williams from the high post will dart toward the rim, hangs in the air, and finishes with acrobatics. Minnesota up to 18-16. Courtney Williams stepping up to avoid a turnover. Her first bucket today as Akoa Makani picks up her dribble at the free throw line. Bailed out by Westbeld. Here's Alyssa Thomas, who had the angle inside, gets Collier on her back. How did she get free? She was smothered by Collier and somehow contorted her body to find a free seam at the rim and convert. Alyssa Thomas with 6 points on 3 of 6 shooting to start this one out. We're tied up at 18, approaching 2 minutes to play. Collier again against Alyssa Thomas will give it up to Williams and set a screen. Williams trying to back down against Akoa Makani. She's going to put up a long two instead, and she drains it. Courtney Williams has got 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting. Minnesota, after a slow start, shooting 53% as a team with 2 minutes on the clock before the second quarter. Satu Sabali rejects the screen, gets it over to Akoa Makani. Her three is no good that time. Akoa Makani, her first attempt from long range, where this season she shot 40%. Carlton picks up her dribble. Now Courtney Williams shouting directions to her, calling for a screen from Carlton, trying to shake herself free of Akoa Makani. Still with a lot of contact. Gets herself into the paint. McBride gets the step against Sabali. Can't knock down the mid-range. And the rebound corralled by Westbeld. Up ahead to Sabali now. Stopped by Williams, but she's going to propel herself into the paint. Spin and finish, but she's going to take a hard fall. Looked like she was maybe touching her backside, but she is upright now. Here's Kayla McBride streaking to the rim. She's fouled by Akoa Makani. Sabali was a little bit slow to get back, maybe just landed awkwardly on that tough drive, but we are tied up at 20. What a track meet to start this game. The first break for anybody with 1:16 on the clock as we step away. Game 1 of the semifinals, Lynx and Mercury. The rest of the first quarter when we come back on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
This is Nafisa Collier. If you're stranded on a desert island and you only have 3 TV shows to watch, which shows are you watching? Definitely Game of Thrones. I think I would pick probably The Office. And, okay, don't judge me. This is like a guilty pleasure, but Vampire Diaries. I love that show. I'm watching it again right now for like the 4th time. And I swear you think it was the first time. I can't wait to get to the next episode. I'm staying up late to watch it. It's actually sick. Which one of your teammates would you go on a cross-country road trip with and why? I think I would definitely pick Lan or Bridget, just because I think our humor is really similar. Like, we get along really easily, so they would be good road trip buddies. Who's the first person you call with good news? My husband, Alex. and then my parents. First concert you've ever been to and best concert you've ever been to. The first one I ever went to was actually Bryson Tiller, which was so random because it was before he was like Bryson Tiller. So that was cool. And then I was at UConn. He was like in this little tiny theater. It was the first concert I ever went to. And then best concert I've ever been to, Usher. It was so good. I mean, Ed Sheeran's was really good because he's just so talented. Like, it was just beautiful to listen to, but like entertainment-wise, I was so entertained at Usher's. Usher's was so entertaining. He had like all these shows. He had actors up there like playing out different scenes, and I know every single song. Like every song was a bop. So that was my favorite.
It's a very long game with possession. So I know it was 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and we were still down double figures, 12, 13, kind of go back and forth. Kept going, 17 minutes, that's so many possessions. If we could just hang in there a little bit. Even 5 minutes to go, when we had cut it to 3 and they rattled off 5 straight, I asked them not to quit. I asked them to keep, what we were doing, get after it. They believed. Fee came out, were terrific. Team navigated the fourth quarter for us. I had mentioned BC to start the third quarter. Exactly what we needed, more of an assassin mentality, because Golden State has assassin mentalities. They're going to shoot whether we're on them or not.
As head coach Cheryl Reeve recounting one of those epic comebacks in WNBA history, of course, Lynx history, but in the history of the league that is leading the Minnesota Lynx into the semifinals here at Target Center. 1:16 on the clock in the first quarter, tied up at 20 against the Phoenix Mercury, a best-of-5 semifinals with a berth in the WNBA Finals on the line, but down by 17 points, down by 14 leading into the fourth quarter. Minnesota in franchise history had been 0-76, trailing by at least 14 points entering the fourth quarter. W teams were 1-90 with that same benchmark. Just incredibly done by Minnesota to pull off a 1-point victory in a ruckus environment on the road. As Kayla McBride at the free throw line will knock down the first, and Minnesota now leads 21-20, looking a lot more efficient than the way they started this game. And McBride now with 5 points. Nafisa Collier leading Minnesota in all scorers with 10 already in this first quarter. The day it was announced she finished second in MVP voting for the second consecutive year, and back-to-back years finishing second to Asia Wilson. 2 free throws are good for McBride. Sammy Whitcomb new into the game. Kalia Copper will rise, fire, and knock it down from the free throw line. She is so quick with how she faces up, and you have to respect the speed of her drive. So then when she's just able to get up in the air as quickly and as high as she does, that is tough to stop, especially from close range. Collier gets the step. Her mid-range is off target. The rebound ripped down by DeWanna Bonner, also new into the game. Started her season with Indiana, forced to trade, and here's Alyssa Thomas spinning, and she can't convert on the other side. Didn't quite have the angle, but she was wide open inside as Collier, a burst of speed up the floor. Her floater doesn't connect and tipped away to Thomas. It's a 3-on-2 up ahead to Sammy Whitcomb. Sidesteps Williams, another miss inside, and here is Alyssa Thomas following it up for 2. This is a team in the Mercury, 4th in the WNBA in fast break points. They like to get out and run as frequently as possible. They lead by 2, 24-22, 16 seconds to go. Less than a second different shot in game clock as Williams going to slow things up against her former teammate in Connecticut in DeWanna Bonner. They switch off that screen, now has Thomas on her as she drifts along the three-point line. Along the baseline, she stopped under the rim, and that will be the end of the first quarter here at Target Center. Hard fought already, just like we thought. Minnesota shooting 43% compared to 55% for the Phoenix Mercury as we step aside. 24-22, Minnesota trails heading into the second quarter. Game 1 of the semifinals. Stick with us on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Marty Markowitz had his share of problems. Troubles at work, a failing relationship. His parents had recently died. And so Marty decided to get some professional help. In the summer of 1981, he walked into the office of a psychiatrist named Ike Hirschkopf.
I go into his office, and we looked at each other, and he said, "Okay, why are you here?"
Marty liked Ike, and Ike, well, he seemed to see something in Marty.
At the end of the first session, he said, I'm going to take you on as a patient. And he says, I don't do that with everybody.
But this psychiatrist, it would turn out, wasn't like other psychiatrists.
He cut me off from everybody. So the only person I could turn to was Dr. Ike.
And from the moment Marty started seeing him, he began to change.
We didn't see him. I mean, he lived around the corner, and suddenly we didn't go there anymore. And he wasn't coming over anymore. It's as if somebody died.
If Marty Markowitz had known what he was walking into when he first visited that office, he probably would have walked right out the door and never come back. This is a story about power, control, and turning to the wrong person for help for more than 29 years.
When Ike instructed me to buy this house, Ike told me, no, you can't use the master bedroom. You're going to stay in the back section of the house.
Oh, I'm trying to think when it really got nuts. It really got crazy.
I'm Joe Nocera, a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion.
Okay, it's a wild story.
The Shrink Next Door.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
With you at Target Center in downtown Minneapolis. Start of the second quarter and semifinal game #1, a best-of-5 series to determine who is moving on to the WNBA Finals. Minnesota trying to go back in consecutive seasons, but they're trailing right now against the Phoenix Mercury 24-22 heading in to the second frame. As we look at tonight's injury report brought to you by Mayo Clinic, your source for medical answers. The Phoenix Mercury have dealt with significant injuries this season. Sabally, Kalia Compard had not played against Minnesota this season. Alyssa Thomas had only played 2 games as well. Really a put-together, a patched-together lineup many times where they had multiple undrafted rookies on the floor like Akoa Makani, Lexi Held, and also Catherine Westbeld, who helped keep this team afloat. And then once they got healthy, propelled themselves to the top 4 seed in the W this season under their second-year head coach and Nate Tibbetts. But for the Minnesota Lynx, some very unfortunate news. Dejanay Carrington will be out for the season, a significant mid-foot sprain, an injury that she sustained in that Game 2 victory, the dramatic, epic victory in Game 2 against Golden State. And unfortunately will not see her the rest of the year as Minnesota tries to win a record 5th WNBA championship. And she would have been huge in the playoffs with her versatility, her length, what she is able to accomplish on the defensive side, and switching things up over a 5 and eventually the Lynx hope a 7-game series in the WNBA Finals. A different element that she's able to provide, unfortunately not available for the Lynx. Minnesota basketball to start the second quarter, and Collier's going to lose the baskets. Her basketball had it just taken away and poked away, and that's going to lead to an easy bucket on the other side by Sammy Whitcomb. I mentioned in the first quarter how this team likes to get out and run and score off turnovers as well. Exactly what they did right there. Collier tried to spin and just had her pocket picked. Here's Courtney Williams. Couple dribble pull-off. That just hits front iron, and the rebound brought down by Dewana Bonner. On the floor for Minnesota right now to start the second is Carlton, Heidemann, Williams, Shepard, and Collier. Here's Kalia Compard going to work. We'll find Satu Sabally guarded by Napheesa Collier. So when she's not guarding Alyssa Thomas, she's guarding Satu Sabally, who's the leading scorer on this team for last year's Defensive Player of the Year. Dewana Bonner, no good from 3, but she's one of the top scorers in WNBA history, 3rd all-time in career points. As Courtney Williams leaves a pass for Jessica Shepard, who lays it up and in for 2. A magical pass by Courtney Williams right as she was getting hit at the free throw line. Just dropped a dime to Jessica Shepard. Minnesota trailing by 2, 26-24 as the Mercury back at the basketball. Sabally trying to drive left against Collier, gets the step, and she will lay it up and in. Just a simple head down, burst of speed drive right to the cup, and the Mercury are leading by 4, 28-24, a minute and a half into the second quarter. Courtney Williams will knock in a 3. And Courtney, that is her first triple today. 7 points for her on 50% shooting. Napheesa Collier leading Minnesota with 10 points. 8:16 on the clock. Here's Sammy Whitcomb, another great three-point shooter, taking Collier off the dribble, knifes her way into the paint, and she puts it up and in for 2. We've been seeing a lot more from Whitcomb this season. We've seen a lot of catch and shoot in the times of her WNBA career on great teams, but she's able to find her way inside. Minnesota under 8 minutes to play in the second quarter is going to turn the ball over. Just a miscue there as a pass intended for Williams is going to go out of bounds. So Atlanta Smith checks back in. Kayla McBride back into the game too to join Heidemann, Shepard, and Carlton. Alyssa Thomas is back into the game as well as Phoenix leads 30-27. And of those 30 points, 28 have come in the paint. Thomas picks up her dribble. Satu Sabally all by herself for three. Can't make Minnesota pay. A great box out by Natisha Heidemann on Akoa Makani. Minnesota now on the offensive attack themselves, working through Jess Shepard at the opposite three-point line. McBride trying to get free against Sabally. Hand in her face. Splashes home a three. That is one of the greats at work. Her first triple today, and she's got 9 points already behind Collier's 10 to lead all scores. Akoa Makani trying to take Heidemann off the dribble, gets her into the paint. Thomas swings it out to Sabally. Sabally again getting the step, a hard take, misses at the rim. Whitcomb can't keep it alive, and it goes away to Minnesota. McBride on the fast break, thought about launching a three, leaves it off for the trailer, and Atlanta Smith launching a three. No good that time. And the rebound ripped down by Bonner. Phoenix with the basketball. We're tied up at 30 under 7 minutes to play before halftime as Akoa Makani hesitation, drops it off to Alyssa Thomas, and more scoring in the paint. That is 30 of their 32 points. And this is for a Phoenix team that is second in the WNBA in their percentage of their points they get from three. 32-30. Is Minnesota's deficit off a curl. McBride, a hard take, no whistle there. And looks like Sabally was also looking for a whistle herself. There's Alyssa Thomas into the front court, picks up her dribble, and it's bailed out by Whitcomb. 15 seconds to shoot. Alyssa Thomas sets a screen. Getting through it is Heidemann, putting her head down and driving again. Another layup for Sammy Whitcomb. 34-30 is Phoenix's lead, and 32 points in the paint for the Mercury. Here's McBride, a deep three, and she's got it. Kayla McBride feeling it here at Target Center. She's got 12 points to lead all scores on 2 of 3 shooting from deep. There's 6 minutes to go. Alyssa Thomas, spin move, floater is good. Just a gorgeous move by Alyssa Thomas, finishing third in MVP voting today. 3 first place votes for Alyssa Thomas. It's a 3-point lead for the Mercury. Heidemann has her pocket picked by Alyssa Thomas, who is also top 4 in Defensive Player of the Year voting as well. She leaves it off for Sammy Whitcomb, and Thomas is going to reset again, handing it off. And then Thomas hits the deck. A foul is going to go on Minnesota. I believe Carlton there. Timeout called on the floor. 5:25 remaining in the second quarter. Minnesota within 3, 36-33, game 1 of the semifinals. You're listening to Minnesota Lynx basketball.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. You're gonna lose. It's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Ever wonder how artificial intelligence or 3D printing is used to solve medical problems? Or how research is discovering new ways to slow or even stop medical conditions we used to think of as untreatable? I'm Kathy Wurzer. Listen to Tomorrow's Cure, a podcast where I interview experts from Mayo Clinic and other renowned organizations. What they describe may sound futuristic, but listen and you'll find out Tomorrow's Cure is already here. Find it now wherever you get your podcasts.
Alex Leibold here with you in our WNBA Tonight studios for a scoreboard update. Only one other contest going on so far in the rest of the WNBA as we've reached the semifinals. It's the number 6 seed Indiana Fever facing off against the number 2 seed Las Vegas Aces. The Fever got here after beating the number 3 seed Atlanta Dream 87-85 in Game 3 on Thursday. The Aces advanced by beating the number 7 Seattle Storm in a 1-point contest 74-73 in their Game 3 on Thursday. And it was announced today that Asia Wilson was named as the 2020 2025 WNBA MVP of the league. And her aces did not come out in game one successful at home. The Indiana Fever come out with a 16-point win, 89-73 in Las Vegas behind a dominant performance from Kelsey Mitchell. She finished with 34 points in that contest, 28 after three quarters. And Odyssey Sims had 17 points to go with it. Damaris Dantas was also out for the Fever with a concussion. So it was the first postseason victory for the Fever since 2015 that got them into the semifinals. So they are rolling with momentum, up 1-0 in the semifinals. Let's head back into the Target Center with Sloan Martin.
Thank you, Alex. I, not to be wishy-washy, but have waffled between being very surprised and also not surprised at this 89-73 win for the Indiana Fever. Minnesota saw them toward the end, second to last game of the regular season, and just how hot they were at home, especially with that kind of home court advantage. But to hold A'ja Wilson to 6 of 22 shooting, but Kelsey Mitchell, who frankly, as just a basketball fan, it's been fun to see her be recognized more. She's one of the best guards in the WNBA, 34 points on 23 shots on over 50% shooting. Just a remarkable performance by Kelsey Mitchell. And we're going to be watching this one closely because the winner of that could be facing the Minnesota Lynx if they were to move on to the WNBA Finals. Minnesota in Game 1 of a best-of-5 semifinals. Game number 1 here at Target Center, trailing by 3 against the Phoenix Mercury, 36-33. It is Mercury basketball. Alyssa Thomas with Alana Smith, this year's co-defensive player of the year on her. So she's facing 2 defensive players of the year as Kalia Copper will knock down a 3. Copper did not face Minnesota this season. That's her first triple, and she's got 7 points. And that is their first 3 of this game. They have 34 of their now 39 points in the paint. As the Fisa Collier off target there, and Joanna Bonner is going to reel in that rebound. Minnesota now with its largest deficit of the game of 6, 39-33, under 5 minutes to play before halftime. Thomas going downhill, just a freight train, an extra pass to Juana Bonner, can't knock down a 3, and the rebound corralled by Kayla McBride. Now getting it over half court, guarded by Sammy Whitcomb, extra pass, and here's Natisha Heidemann being guarded by another former Connecticut teammate in Juana Bonner, trying to get free from the length of the 6'4" Bonner. The turnaround jump shot, no good. Offensive rebound by Alana Smith, and here is a 3 by Heidemann. Minnesota seizing on the second chance opportunities to perfection. They have 10 second chance points, and that's not something Phoenix usually surrenders. Alyssa Thomas drives, was looking for a foul, but it is going to stay Phoenix basketball. Reset 14 on the shot clock, 4:09 to play in this second quarter. As Courtney Williams will check in for Bridget Carlson. 39-36 is the Mercury's lead, 4:09 to play. Baseline out of bounds coming up. Sammy Whitcomb taking it out, trying to thread the needle inside to Soboling, and Minnesota picks it up. It's a 2-on-1 against Alyssa Thomas. Hanging in the air, McBride can convert. And that's an example of why Alyssa Thomas is one of the best defensive players in the WNBA, how she worked her way back and deterred that shot at close range by McBride. 3:50 on the clock right now. Phoenix with the basketball and still leading by 3. Courtney Williams takes it away from Joanna Bonner and glides up and in for 2. Excellent defensive play by Courtney Williams. She's got 2 steals and now 9 points. Third leading scorer on Minnesota. Back the other way, Alyssa Thomas will miss at the rim. She was looking for a foul. Looked like she was wide open. And Minnesota can take the lead on this possession, trailing by 1. Courtney Williams is going to slow things up, facing the lane against Satu Sabally. And Sabaly's going to pick her pocket now. And then Courtney Williams called for a foul. And that might be a transition take foul, which means a free throw trip and the basketball for the Mercury. This refereeing crew of Eric Bruton, Mai Forsberg, Angelica Suffren, and Jeff Wooten. No, it's going to be a loose ball foul, not a transition take foul. 3:13 on the clock. And it will be Mercury basketball. So better that than the transition take. And here's Sammy Whitcomb on the other side of half court to bring it in to Alyssa Thomas, the ultimate point forward, guarded by Alana Smith. They set a screen with Akoa Makani. She will pop out beyond the three-point line. Deep post up for Alyssa Thomas against Natisha Heidemann, and she's going to score inside. Expect to see that quite a bit, where They are bringing a smaller player in Akoa Makani to set a screen, freeing up Alyssa Thomas on a switch. And head coach Cheryl Reeves said before the game, their version of the WNBA's tush-push, where we got to take a second look at that. Three by McBride, doesn't fall. Rebound to the Mercury. Up ahead to Kalia Copper, who hangs in the air and finishes herself. It is a 43-38 Mercury lead. 2:30 to play before halftime as McBride is tripped up. Oh, it's going to be an offensive foul to the chagrin of the crowd here at Target Center. And this could be foul number 2 on Alana Smith. It is indeed. So a timeout is called on the floor. 2:30 remaining. Alana Smith, the co-defensive player of the year, now with 2 personal fouls with an illegal screen called on that play. We're going to step aside here. 2:30 to go before halftime on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The game appeared on a paranormal message board with very simple rules. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat process ad infinitum.
There's a hitchhiker on the road. You pick him up. You take him where he needs to go. But you do not, under any circumstance, do not talk to him. Ever. I ain't asking you to believe me. But I told you. This street, this is your last chance.
As ridiculous as it might sound, I think my friend may have documented her own disappearance. If you know anyone involved in this story, any of the locations mentioned, anything I can use to get in touch with Alice, please don't hesitate to contact me. Were you in the area on February the 7th of this year? Did you meet or speak with a girl called Alice Sharman? Has anyone heard of the Left-Right game?
The Left-Right Game is a new audio drama from Q-Code.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
I mean, these guys, we've played in a series with AT before, so we understand it. It's not easy to play against. I mean, obviously she's great at what she does, and we'll try to be intelligent about, whether it's her physicality or her disrupting and all the things that she does. And
Head coach Cheryl Reeve talking before this game about how to slow down Alyssa Thomas, who has 14 points in this first half on 7 of 12 shooting, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 0 turnovers as the Mercury lead 43-38 here at Target Center. Game 1 of the best of 5 semifinals. Winner moves on to the WNBA Finals. But Alyssa Thomas in that closeout game against New York had the first 20-point triple-double in the playoffs in WNBA history. She has 5 of the 7 triple-doubles ever in the playoffs in league history. 20 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists. Against Minnesota this season, 2 games were quite disparate, where in a win, she had a career-high 29 points on 14 of 24 shooting, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. And in a loss against Minnesota, she shot much more poorly, 5 of 16 shooting in that game. Minnesota was really able to corral her, scored 12 points, had 5 rebounds and 9 assists. So sometimes with Alyssa Thomas, it's the dilemma. Do you make her a scorer or make her a distributor? And sometimes there's no easy answer. She has the basketball right now against Nafisa Collier, the 2024 Defensive Player of the Year. Trying to get free against Collier, goes right into her chest and will score at the rim for 2. Just a tough, strong take by someone who is a freight train when they get downhill. It's 45-38, 2 minutes to play with the Mercury on top. Courtney Williams tries to get around the screen. Nafisa Collier, a pick and pop 3, and she's going to miss everything there. Goes out of bounds. And back to the Mercury, 1:58 remaining before halftime. Lynx basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Minnesota Lynx. 45-38 is the Mercury lead. Alyssa Thomas again has it outside the three-point line on the left side of the floor. Here comes that screen by Akoa Makani looking for that switch. Deep cross-court pass. Kalia Copper will jab fake against McBride. Now trying to post her up. She will turn around off one leg. No good. And the rebound secured by Minnesota. Here's Courtney Williams accelerating up the floor. Met by Akoa Makani. Will spin. Lose the basketball. It's poked around. And Satu Sabali comes away with it. And the leader out of the pack is Kalia Copper, who is one of the fastest and most athletic players in the W. It is a 47-38 Phoenix lead as they are really putting their foot on the gas to close this first half. They are shooting 59% as a team. And an 8-0 run for the Mercury. Kayla McBride off target there along the baseline from three. And Minnesota has 6 threes in this first quarter, 35% shooting from deep. McBride 2 of 5. They're shooting 42%. Have not been able to keep pace so far with this Phoenix Mercury team that entered today, or finished the season, I should say, 7th in offensive rating, 9th in total field goal percentage. It's Courtney Williams, her long range two, rather make that a 3 from the corner near the baseline is no good. Under a minute remaining in the first half. Here's Alyssa Thomas walking it over the half court line. Met again at the logo by Collier. She's going to take off to the rim, and then a foul is called, I believe, going on Collier. That is going to go on Collier. So Alana Smith has 2. That's going to be the first on Collier. Carlton also has 2 as well in terms of Minnesota's foul situation right now. And Carlton's going to check in for Natisha Heidemann. And remember, Minnesota has one major absence when it comes to their depth right now, with Dejanay Carrington out for the rest of the season with a mid-foot sprain. Thomas has it, top of the paint. They leave her alone. Now meeting Nafisa Collier in the paint. The turnaround jump shot does not fall. May look like she only shoots from 5 feet, but she'll put it up within about 15 with that shot put motion as Courtney Williams gets free against Sammy Whitcomb. A burst to the rim for 2. Under 30 seconds to play. About an 8-second different shot in game clock. Minnesota within 7. Thomas has it near the logo. Collier has her forearm on her, knowing you can't give her any kind of breathing room at all. Alyssa Thomas tries to get herself free. Minnesota back after a switch. Bringing in that ball underneath is Copper, leaving it for Bonner. No good from long range, and Minnesota now in possession. Shot clock is off, 5 seconds to go. McBride, couple dribbles, puts her head down, 2 seconds left, up and under. The floater is left short. And at the halftime break, the Mercury lead 47-40 here at Target Center in Game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. Alex Leibel will bring you the halftime show from our WNBA Tonight studios at Target Center. Highlights, he'll break it all down. Plus, revisiting the Defensive Player of the Year award for Alana Smith. That and more to come on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When John Kosel-Sharon's mom called him with some bad news,
she said, I burnt my hand, and it's really bad.
He was worried.
It looked like wrinkled skin to the skin got blisters to the skin came off.
Then John had an idea. He flew his mother to California, and they went to a clinic where she got stem cells. And just like that, her hand started to get better. It even cured her arthritis.
So it was life-changing for me. Really life-changing. Aside from healing my hand.
For John's mom, the treatment worked. Across the country, in Texas, Elaine Dilley tried to help her mother with stem cells just like John had done.
My husband and I would do anything to help her.
But she would not be so lucky.
911, where's your emergency? What's going on?
She had stem cells in her back and neck last Wednesday. And she can't move.
Were you afraid that you were going to lose her?
I knew I was going to lose her.
2 patients, 2 mothers who placed their hopes in the promise of a miracle cure. And these 2 are connected, but not in the way you might expect.
Once you find out the truth of the whole story, you just really can't believe anybody anymore.
From Wondery, the network behind Dr. Death and Over My Dead Body, comes a new story, Bad Batch.
Are you even sorry?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Meeting Napheesa Collier in the paint. The turnaround jump shot does not fall. May look like she only shoots from 5 feet, but she'll put it up within about 15 with that shot put motion as Courtney Williams gets free against Sammy Whitcomb. A burst to the rim for 2. Under 30 seconds to play. About an 8-second different shot in game clock. Minnesota within 7.
That was the last bucket there of the first half. Courtney Williams getting it done to put Minnesota within 7 after 20 minutes of play, trailing the Phoenix Mercury in Game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. As we welcome you into the WNBA Tonight studios for the halftime show, Alex Leibold here with you to discuss some of those first half highlights and some box score breakdown that tells the story of how the Lynx are trailing 47-40 after 20 minutes of play. It's the WNBA semifinals, and it kicks off this afternoon at the Target Center between the 4-seed Phoenix Mercury and the number 1 seed Minnesota Lynx. It's a heavyweight battle in Minneapolis. Both teams are trading punches in the first, and the Lynx looked good on both sides of the ball there in the first quarter.
Courtney Williams weaving through a screen, a pick and pop for Collier. She fakes the handoff, takes a tee off the dribble, and finishes inside with the tiny seam she got. Another example of what I'm talking about, seeing these two go head-to-head as V got hit on a screen. Alyssa Thomas, it blocked inside by Alana Smith as she tried the reverse. Courtney Williams speeding up the other way. Guarded by Akoa Makani, is going to slither her way along the baseline. Extra pass to McBride. Back door is Alana Smith for an easy 2, and gorgeous playmaking by Minnesota's offense.
The co-defensive player of the year, Alana Smith, getting it done on both ends there with Napheesa Collier helping out as well. Lynx looking good in the first frame, but the Mercury were just a shade better. They shot 55% from the field and did so with high performance looks close to the rim. They got 22 of their 24 points in that first quarter inside the paint as they led Minnesota by 2 after one quarter. Lynx shot just 43%, 9 of 21 in that frame. The Lynx trailed 24-22 after 10 minutes. A tight-knit contest at the Target Center, and the Mercury were able to create a little more separation as the second quarter went on.
Deep cross-court pass, Kalia Copper will jab fake against McBride, now trying to post her up. She will turn around, off one leg, no good, and the rebound secured by Minnesota. Here's Courtney Williams accelerating up the floor, met by Akoa Makani, will spin, lose the basketball, it's poked around, and Satu Sabali comes away with it, and the leader out of the pack is Kalia Copper, who is one of the fastest and most athletic players in the W. It is a 47-38 Phoenix lead as they are really putting their foot on the gas to close this first half. They are shooting 59% as a team. And an 8-0 run for the Mercury.
You heard it there, an 8-0 run that gave Phoenix a 9-point lead, their largest of the contest, before Courtney Williams sank the last bucket of the half to get Minnesota within 7. The Mercury are shooting really well. They shot really well in that second frame, 11 for 19, 58%. Minnesota shooting just 39% in the second frame, so a lot of shots not falling Minnesota's way as they missed 5 3-point attempts in that second frame. But the Mercury are getting all, or most of, if not all of their points in the paint. 42 of their 47 coming from inside that area, 21 of 30, 70% on their shots in the paint, and as they have 42 of their 47 in that area. Napheesa Collier has 10 points in that first half with 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Kayla McBride is the leading scorer for Minnesota with 12 points and 3 rebounds. She has sank 2 of her 5 3-point attempts, but Alyssa Thomas is leading all scorers with 16 first-half points with 3 rebounds and 3 assists, but the Lynx are finding some success on the offensive glass. They've only had 3 offensive rebounds, but they've been able to turn that into 10 second-chance points, so they've been doing a really good job as far as getting the offensive glass and playing physical in that range, but the Phoenix Mercury are doing well on their offensive side, getting high percentage looks in the paint, getting 42 of their 47 in that area. The Lynx got 5 points from their bench from Natisha Heidemann and Jessica Shepard. They are missing Dejanay Carrington, who suffered a foot sprain during Game 2 against the Golden State Valkyries. She is out for the rest of the season. That's a big blow for the Minnesota Lynx as they trail 47-40 after 20 minutes of play. We're going to step aside for a quick moment on the halftime show here in the WNBA Tonight studios. When we get back, we've got more from Sloan Martin and Lynx players and coaches about Alana Smith being the co-defensive player of the year right here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
All right, and we are joined now with Dr. Judy Bowie, breast surgical oncologist and a deputy director of practice at Mayo Clinic Comprehensive Cancer Center. According to the Minnesota Department of Health, breast cancer is the most common cancer in Minnesotan women. Doctor, what can you tell us about what Mayo Clinic is doing to provide hope for the future?
Sure, Cal. At Mayo Clinic, we have hundreds of clinical trials available for patients with breast cancer. Also, from a surgical standpoint, we offer intraoperative frozen section analysis for breast cancer patients undergoing surgery, and this is unique to Mayo Clinic.
Frozen section analysis. Can you describe what that is and how that helps provide more accurate care for patients?
Of course. Typically, during breast surgery, tissue is removed by the surgeon and then evaluated by the pathologist, and this tissue evaluation can take anywhere between 1 to 7 days after surgery. However, at Mayo Clinic, intraoperative frozen section analysis allows the pathologist to rapidly analyze the tissue during the surgical procedure. If cancer is still present at the margins, the surgeon can remove additional tissue during the same procedure to ensure that all cancerous tissue has been removed during one single procedure.
That's incredible to hear. I imagine this process has numerous benefits.
Yes, and the only way this process can work is with the surgeons and the pathologists working closely together. Doing that, this allows us to reduce the number of surgeries that a patient may require, saving patients both time and money.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dr. Bowie, for your time. And for more information on Dr. Bowie and the incredible work that is being done at Mayo Clinic Comprehensive Cancer Center, visit mayoclinic.org/possible.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A bananas experience.
This copyrighted telecast of WNBA Enterprises may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise used in any form without the express written consent of WNBA Enterprises.
Lynx trail by 7 after 20 minutes, 47-42. The Phoenix Mercury in Game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. Kayla McBride has 12 points. Courtney Williams has 11. Nafisa Collier has 10. Three different Lynx players in double digits, but the Phoenix Mercury are finding their way in the paint. 42 of their 47 points coming inside the paint. Alana Smith has 2 points with 5 rebounds and 2 assists and a block to her name in that first half. And over this past weekend, Alana Smith was named co-defensive player of the year alongside A'ja Wilson. She was honored on the court right before this game. And for more on Alana Smith's DPOY accolade, here's Sloan Martin.
It was 2022 when Alana Smith was cut from an Indiana Fever team that finished with an abysmal 5-31 record. From there, through her effort, IQ, hard work, and talent, she rejuvenated and recalibrated her career, culminating with the Defensive Player of the Year honor.
I think it's really important to lead by example, and I've thought about this along the way. I've had a chance to reflect on what I've had to do to get here, and I think I was speaking about this to a friend of mine the other day about just not staying bitter but getting better, and that's always been something that I think I've unconsciously been able to do. I haven't really had to think hard about it, but I think being able to set that example for others and be an inspiration and remind others that setbacks don't define your future. Your journey is your own personal one. No matter what happens, there's still opportunities, chances to get better.
Reeve has heaped praise on Smith from the beginning.
I can't tell you how much we depend upon her in her matchups. Every time we start a game plan, we talk about what Lan's influence is going to be. And this one was an important one. But Lan, I just know that when we were playing against her in Chicago, and that's the one that Fee said, I don't like playing against her, and we saw it and shot blocking and just her and Fee, the first day that they played defense together, their synergy was terrific. And every move that Fee made, Lan knew where to be and play off her so well. Lan's just really smart, really, really smart, and it would absolutely be my choice for Defensive Player of the Year.
At various points this season, Smith has been called the anchor, the Band-Aid, the bailout. Last year's Defensive Player of the Year, Nafisa Collier, says her impact far transcends stats.
Yeah, Lan is a player that is so crucial to our defense, and it may not show up in the box score every day or every game, but she is so vital to who we are and what our identity is. Just her ability to get deflections or blocks, or, make them take bad shots, get a rebound. And so having her is just, again, the way that, like you said, the way that she plays is so smart, where she knows, what they want to do. She's able to take it away, and she has a big matchup every single game. So Lan's job is definitely not easy, and we couldn't do this without her.
Congratulations are in order for Alana Smith for winning the 2025 Co-Defensive Player of the Year alongside Asia Wilson after a nationwide vote of sports writers and broadcasters. Lynx trail by 7 after 20 minutes, 47-40 to Alyssa Thomas in the Phoenix Mercury. Second half action with Sloan Martins coming your way after this break on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
At Mayo Clinic, we're seeing the unseeable. Using advanced imaging technology, our experts can look deeper into the human body, uncovering the smallest of details that would otherwise go unnoticed, leading to more accurate diagnoses and treatments. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic, because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
We're joined by Lynx Associate Head Coach Eric Thibault. Coach, of course, you'd rather give up 2s than 3s, but how would you assess that interior defense with their ability to score in the paint that first half?
Yeah, we tilted too far that way. Obviously, we know Alyssa Thomas is going to try to get downhill in the middle of the floor. Hopefully we'll be able to clean up where we're helping from and make it a little bit harder for her.
Coach, appreciate your time very much. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Almost time to start here in the third quarter. 47-40 is Minnesota's lead. And you heard there from Coach Thibault, where clearly it's part of the scouting report, part of the directive to try and limit the three-point opportunities for the Phoenix Mercury, who this season are amongst the leaders in terms of the percentage of the points, their entire points they get from three-point range. In fact, they are fifth technically in the WNBA with 9.4 threes per game, but they only trail New York, who's first by 0.3 of a three. So it's 9.7 is the leader, and they have 9.4. So let's just call that the de facto leader at this point, where they're really right up there by a really small margin. So this is a three-point shooting team in the Phoenix Mercury, and Minnesota allowed 42 points in the paint of their 47. They were just 1 of 8 from three-point range, and he said we just veered too hard in one way and have to be more balanced with how we attack this team from a defensive perspective. That was, by the way, a fantastic first half of basketball, exactly what we would expect between these two teams, high-level competitors on both sides, neither team giving an inch in that first half. But first, let's step aside for a moment to allow our stations to identify themselves.
Interviews, guests, press conferences, and every game can be heard right here all season long. The Minnesota Timberwolves channel on the iHeartRadio app.
Fans on their feet here at Target Center, you cannot overstate the importance of winning on home court in the playoffs. The Phoenix Mercury trying to get a Game 1 win in this building, where Minnesota in the regular season was 20-2, a WNBA record for wins on their home court, because that flips the series, and that's going to give Phoenix then the home court advantage after that, or at least even it out. Game 1 absolutely crucial to start off the WNBA semifinals. Best of 5 series. The winner moves on to the WNBA finals. Minnesota hoping it is the Lynx in consecutive seasons. It's Minnesota basketball to start the third quarter, trailing by 7. Their last lead came in the closing minutes of that first quarter. It's the starters on the floor. Smith with it now against Natasha Mack, who played 8 minutes in that first half and stolen away by Alyssa Thomas. Thomas going right into the gut against Alana Smith, and it will be waved off. Thought that whistle was going to indicate a three-point play opportunity, but it's going to be a turnover. So Minnesota, a sigh of relief instead of Well, they did turn it over on their first possession, but nearly turned into more points off turnovers. Minnesota turned it over 7 times in that first half. That led to 11 Phoenix Mercury points. That's certainly hurt in that first half. Phoenix loves to turn their opponent over. That's a big part of how they score as well. 30 seconds into this third quarter, dancing is Courtney Williams. A little step-back jump shot is left short. The rebound secured by Satu Sabally. Thomas gets it over to Akoa Makani with just 2 points in that first half. You know, everything runs through Alyssa Thomas, and we get to see her and Nafisa Collier go head-to-head. A screen comes from Satu Sabally, a pick and pop. Minnesota able to recover, so Sabally takes off to the rim. No good that time. Offensive rebound. Here's Akoa Makani, no good from 3. And Phoenix is just 1 of 9 shooting from long range. They were 6th in the WNBA this regular season, 34% as a squad. Collier against Alyssa Thomas, now backing her down near the free throw line. Cross-court pass to Smith, 10 seconds to shoot. Courtney Williams, backdoor cut, gets free, and the mid-range is good. Minnesota within 5, 47-42, a minute and 15 seconds into the third quarter. It is Smith, Collier, Williams, McBride, and Carlton on the floor, and Akoa Makani is slow to get up on that last play. A timeout is called as she is still on the floor, has not gotten to her feet, and her teammates surrounding her right now as it has gone silent here at Target Center. We're going to step aside for a moment here on the Lynx Radio Network.
Looking to shoot your shot and score big, all while giving back to your community? Pilot Games is bringing entertainment with exciting electronic pull tabs to bars and restaurants across Minnesota. Every play is a shot at a jackpot and an assist to a local charity. It's entertainment with a purpose. So next time you're out, look for Pilot Games. Big wins, local impact, nothing but net. Learn more at pilotgames.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
Are you ready, Lynx fans? Playoff basketball is back at Target Center.
Wide open in the paint. She's going to kick it out to McBride again. Are you serious?
Be in the building as the Lynx push for a WNBA record 5th championship.
Kayla McBride lighting things up here at Target Center.
Don't miss out on the electric atmosphere. Join the Drive for 5 and get your playoff tickets now at lynxbasketball.com/playoffs.
As Nafisa Collier talking before this game, asked by a media scrum about her reaction finishing second in back-to-back seasons in the MVP voting, and both seasons finishing second to A'ja Wilson, who becomes the first player in WNBA history to win 4 MVP awards. And when you look at Nafisa Collier, she had a 50-40-90 season. This just the second in WNBA history, but the first to do it, scoring over 20 points per game. In fact, she was just short of 23 points per game. She comes into this contest 3 straight 20-point games in the playoffs. Her career best is 4. That happened last year. But she had career highs in points, in field goal percentage, free throw percentage, and blocks. Got votes, of course, for MVP. She finished second defensive player of the year as well. Hats off to Nafisa Collier on an outstanding season. But Minnesota trails by 5 against the Phoenix Mercury, 47-42 here at Target Center. It is game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. Minnesota taking on Phoenix on the other half of the bracket. It is Las Vegas losing big time to the Indiana Fever in game 1. So an example what I was talking about just a moment ago about the importance of winning on home court, because the Indiana Fever have seen something in that series by winning at Las Vegas. out of the timeout. Takoa Makani was able to get to her feet. We'll see if there's any update on her status. Phoenix with the basketball out of the timeout. Satou Sabally getting herself open from three. That is no good. Offensive rebound tapped around. Natasha Mack throws it up wildly. She should have just kicked it out. But Minnesota within 5, 47-42 off a couple of misses. Courtney Williams gets the step against Sammy Whitcomb. Perfectly in rhythm. Knocks it down for the free throw line. And she's got 15 points. That leads all Minnesota scores. It was within 1 of the game high. Alyssa Thomas with 16 points as she is smothered, able to still get inside and misses at the rim. That was an incredible take, but Minnesota was able to bring the pressure. She almost lost it on that play. Nafisa Collier outside the three-point line will swing it to the right side. Kayla McBride against Sabally gets free. Too strong off glass, and the rebound ripped down by Kalia Copper. Leading scorer in this game, Alyssa Thomas, brings it over half court. Has Elena Smith on her right now. We had seen Nafisa Collier against her, but she's guarding Natasha Mack, who's on the floor. Coming up with the steal, Courtney Williams, her third today, but she's not going to make the layup. A missed opportunity by Minnesota. Still within 3, though, 47-44. Trying to play Phoenix this game, although Minnesota loves scoring on the fast break themselves. Ball is kicked by Collier, guarding the ball handler in Whitcomb. And a sideline out of bounds coming up for Phoenix. Minnesota within 3, 47-44. 7:13 on the clock here in the third quarter. Whitcomb to the right side of the floor, being guarded by Williams. Now through Alyssa Thomas, who hands it off to Kalia Copper. One dribble pull-up, and that's going to be hard to stop. She was also, like Williams was, perfectly in rhythm, and she's got a very efficient 13 points on 6 of 8 shooting. First time she has faced Minnesota this season. And we had a whistle on the floor, something on the court, a band of some kind. It was pink, so maybe belonging to a Minnesota Lynx player. A lot of pink going on, the unofficial colors for Minnesota for this playoff run because of the Stud Buds Pink Pony Club. Everyone's embracing it. Here's Nafisa Collier with her pink hair. That is no good from long range and tracked down by Sabally. Minnesota within 5, 47-44. They have not led since it was 22-20 at the 1:16 mark of the first quarter, so they have been in deficit for quite some time. Sammy Whitcomb lets it fly from 3, ripping down the rebound in the air is Natasha Mack. Here's Sabally trying to drive against Bridget Carlton. Quick pass back from Thomas. She gets outside the three-point line. That's no good. And Sabally 0 for 3 shooting from long range. She has 8 points overall as Minnesota back with the basketball, but it sails out of bounds. Smith was not ready for Collier's pass, and that just sailed over her head and out of bounds. So Minnesota, with its 9th turnover, Phoenix has 4. And that has led to 11 points for the Phoenix Mercury. Jessica Shepard checks back into the game. She played 6 minutes in the first half, had 2 points and a rebound. Minnesota's bench even more narrow. Just 7 players have competed in this game. Kalia Copper, they go underneath the screen. She can't knock it down from 3. 1 of 13 shooting from three-point land is the Phoenix Mercury under 6 minutes to play before the fourth quarter. McBride picks up her dribble against Whitcomb, trying to find someone to bail her out. Here's Courtney Williams firing a pass underneath. Shepard misses at close range. Sabally tries to box her out, and a foul is going to go on Shepard. If anything, it looked like Shepard maybe just took the chair out from under her, and Sabally hit the deck as they were trying to go for that rebound. And it was Sabally who was the one who was draped all over Shepard. When we talk about this three-point shooting, though, worth pointing out that Minnesota in the first 3 games, Phoenix only shot 12% from 3. That is 9 of 72. They shot 27% in game 4 of this regular season. So Minnesota continues to be absolutely stifling beyond three-point range as they force another miss, and Shepard into the front court, hands it off to Heidemann, tight roping along the baseline, and that is nearly intercepted. Somehow Heidemann gets it back and flips it up and in for 2. That hit multiple Phoenix Mercury players. No one could grab onto the basketball, and she just acted like nothing happened. This is how we threw it up, and she's able to get a look at close range. Sammy Whitcomb trying to turn the corner, drops it inside, and Natasha Mack, hard power dribble against Shepard, somehow finds the tiniest seam to lay it up and in. And Natasha Mack now with 6 points on 3 of 4 shooting in the starting lineup for the Phoenix Mercury. At her 5 minutes to play, Courtney Williams comes down in the air. She travels, was indecisive there whether she was trying to propel that ball inside or kick it out another way or shoot it herself she does come down after leaving the ground. Minnesota trails 51-46, 4:50 remaining in this third quarter. Minnesota shooting 40% as a team, and Phoenix has only come down just a little bit to 48%, even though they're 1 of 13 from long range. Slicing her way inside as Whitcomb. She will rise and knock down the mid-range shots. Example of what I talked about in the first half, where she won 2 championships with the Seattle Storm. She is much more than a catch-and-shoot three-point shooter. She's been able to work her way inside, defends a drive here by Heidemann. It goes out of bounds. Will stay Minnesota basketball, and Heidemann thought there was more contact there, warranting a whistle. Doesn't get one there. 4:29 on the clock, 53-46 is Minnesota's deficit. Have not led since under the 2-minute mark of the first quarter. Heidemann, the baseline inbounder, out to Kayla McBride. A strong first half for her has been subdued here as she gets the step, floats it, and she is fouled. 2 free throws coming up for Kayla McBride, who's got 12 points and 5 rebounds, 2 assists in this game as well. And it always feels like these moments where the crowd's a little bit quiet, it's feeling like the offense is sputtering a little bit. They're under 40% shooting. That's I feel like where we see a lot of action from Kayla McBride, just feeling like we've got to make something happen. And getting to the free throw line is a surefire way to generate points because she is a 90% free throw shooter this season and for her career. In fact, she's one of the greatest shooters of all time in her playoff career. 41% from 3. That is over 32 games. That is ridiculous. And she'll knock down both, bringing Minnesota within 5, 53-48, as Whitcomb stopped along the baseline by Heidemann. Excellent defense there by Natisha Heidemann. And stolen away along the baseline. Courtney Williams intended inside for Mack as she sprints up the floor, finishes through the contact. It's not just Kayla McBride who says something needs to change right now. Courtney Williams went 94 feet for the three-point play. That was an incredibly fearless take by Courtney Williams, and this could make it a 2-point game. Can't convert on the three-point play. And Phoenix will take back over, but a 1-possession game. Phoenix up by 3, 53-50, under 4 minutes to go before the fourth quarter. Working through Alyssa Thomas, who's been quiet in this third quarter, now being guarded by Napheesa Collier, working through a couple screens. Sammy Whitcomb able to get free wraparound passes, not there, and Minnesota comes away with the turnover. Courtney Williams in transition. Natisha Heidemann getting Copper in the air, goes behind the back, wrapped up by Thomas, and that's going to be a jump ball. Some nifty dribbling there by Natisha Heidemann against the length and athleticism of Kalia Copper. 4-time All-Star, All-WNBA last season. Crowd thinking that there was contact across both of her forearms there, and certainly there was a lot of congestion. It'll be Heidemann and Thomas to jump things up on Minnesota's side. On the floor for Minnesota, McBride, Williams, Heidemann, Shepard, and Collier. Phoenix with Thomas, Bonner, Akoa Makani, Copper, and also Westbeld. The jump is won by Phoenix, and bringing it over half court is Kalia Copper. Gets herself in rhythm, too strong from 3 early in the shot clock. And Phoenix, 1 of 14 from long range here is Heidemann dialing up a 3. That's off target. Skying for the rebound. Untouched. Napheesa Collier puts it up and in for 2. Minnesota with 14 second chance points. Minnesota back on defense. They're within 1, 53-52. Engineering this offense is Alyssa Thomas from the free throw line. Akoa Makani, couple dribble pull-up, bounces around the rim and out. Rebound brought down by Napheesa Collier. That is her 6th to go along with 12 points. Up ahead, Napheesa Collier, another pass. Here is Heidemann for 3. No good that time. Minnesota very unselfish on that possession. Kalia Copper streaks her way into the paint. That's no good. And McBride comes away with the basketball. 1-on-2, Heidemann to Westbeld, waiting for her teammates. Finds the trailer in Collier, and she lays it up and in. It is an 8-0 run for the Minnesota Lynx. Heidemann so savvy there, just waiting. She knew she was in the disadvantage of that mismatch, and Collier just came sprinting to her rescue. Minnesota with its first lead since it was 22-20 with 1:16 left in the first quarter, but it does not last long, as streaking across the paint is Kahleah Copper to give Phoenix a 55-54 lead under 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. Heidemann uses a high screen from Collier, stops in the paint. Collier, pump fake, pull up from the elbow. She's got it. Collier with 16 points on over 50% shooting. Also 6 rebounds, 2 assists as well. Phoenix with the basketball again. Minnesota leading 56-55. And again, Kahleah Copper snakes her way inside on a backdoor cut, and she finishes at the rim. Copper with 17 points on 8 of 14 shooting. Courtney Williams, the mid-range, does not fall, and tracked down by Collier. Williams wants it right back. Pump fake, dumps it off to Shepard. In trouble against another former Fighting Irish in Westbell. She'll fade in the paint, and that's no good. Minnesota trailing by 1, 57-56, 1:08 remaining before the fourth quarter. Koa McConney, couple dribble pull-up, doesn't get the roll, and another rebound to Collier. That is number 7. Make that 8. Heidemann with the basketball now against Koa McConney. Uses a screen from Collier. Pick and pop. Collier thought about a long 2. Is going to try and sneak past Alyssa Thomas and knocks down the 5-footer in the paint. The chess match between those two. Top 3 MVP candidates. Top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year. Here's Alyssa Thomas just slicing her way through Minnesota's defense. And Atisha Heidemann is doubled over on her knees on the court. 36.2 seconds left. She's on all fours. Minnesota trailing by 1, 59-58. Collier has a hand on her back. And she's rising to her feet. Atisha Heidemann, as tough as they come. She's talking to head athletic trainer Chuck Barber, going over to Minnesota's bench. It's the longest active streak in the WNBA for games played. It is at 220. So this last play might be under review, as Alyssa Thomas brings it over half court and just knifes her way through Minnesota's transition defense. Atisha Heidemann, her player she was guarding, Koa McConney, sets a screen on Collier. Alyssa Thomas, maybe an inadvertent arm? It's hard to tell upon watching the replay. Currently under review to see if this could be elevated. Was there unnecessary or was there excessive contact on this play? Now I see it, that Heidemann was trying to poke it away from Thomas from behind, and right at that moment, she switched her dribbling arm. And her elbow came out, and her elbow connected with Atisha Heidemann's head. So Alyssa Thomas trying to get downhill, weaves her way through, crosses over, and at that point the elbow does come out. And Atisha Heidemann, the recipient of not the shot to the face you want. Minnesota's within 59-58 as this play under review. It's not too late, Lynx fans. Playoff basketball in full effect at Target Center. Be in the building as the Lynx push for a WNBA record 5th championship. Don't miss out on the electric atmosphere. There's still time to join the Drive for 5 and get your playoff tickets at lynxbasketball.com/playoffs. This is just game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. The winner moves on of this best-of-5 series to the WNBA Finals. Minnesota hoping they can do it in consecutive seasons after coming up short in Game 5 in 2024. New York is out, a first-round exit. It appears a technical foul is going to be assessed against Phoenix. And I believe Alyssa Thomas. It is going to be on Thomas. So a technical foul with Minnesota within 1, 59-58. On the floor out of this timeout from Minnesota, Tisha Heidemann, to no one's surprise, staying in the game. Heidemann, Collier, Kliundakova getting her first action. Here's Kayla McBride with the technical free throw. She knocks it down. And it will be Minnesota basketball as well. Tied up at 59, 36.2 seconds to go. At a 12-second difference shot in game clock as McBride will handle the ball, bringing it up over half court. And by Akoma Makani getting into Minnesota's offense here in the half court. Bridget Carleton scoreless in this game so far. 0-2 shooting. Finds Nafisa Collier. Thought about a long three. Passes it looking for Carleton, but she can't corral it. It's a Minnesota turnover. That's their 12th of this game, leading to 13 points for the Phoenix Mercury. Shot clock is off. 9 seconds to go. Tied up at 59. Using a high screen, Sammy Whitcomb, Catherine Westbell thought about a three, said she'll drive and almost turn it over. It was touched by Collier. No, it wasn't. 2 seconds left. Minnesota's got to go the full length of the court. Gets it over to Natisha Heidemann. Couple dribbles. She will launch it from half court. She has made, I believe, 5 of the last 6 half-court heaves for Minnesota at shoot-around. So your best bet is Natisha Heidemann. It was close, but we head to the fourth quarter, tied up at 59 between the Lynx and the Mercury. It is game 1 of the WNBA semifinals here at Target Center. You're listening to Minnesota Lynx basketball.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There is not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, I wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Start of the fourth quarter here at Target Center. Sloan Martin along with you with the Minnesota Lynx and Phoenix Mercury in game 1 of the semifinals, tied up at 59. Minnesota shooting 41% as a team. Phoenix 48%. The teams in the third quarter, a combined 0 for 10 from 3. But Minnesota is holding Phoenix in this game to just 1 of 14 from long range. It's just incredible how Minnesota has absolutely smothered the Mercury beyond the three-point line. They are amongst the leaders in the top quarter of the WNBA in the percentage of their points coming from threes. They're third in attempts, and they are within 0.3 of a three from number 1 in terms of threes per game in the WNBA. They have 9.4. The leader in New York has 9.7. And it's been throughout this entire season. Although this is a fully formed, fully healthy Phoenix Mercury team, Minnesota, when it comes to their three-point shooting defense, the first 3 games, Phoenix was 9 of 72 from long range. In game 4 of the regular season, 27% they allowed Phoenix from deep. That is continuing here tonight. They do have 52 points in the paint, though. Part of the reason they're shooting 48%. But we head to the fourth quarter. Fans on their feet here at Target Center waving their rally towels. Huge one here to preserve home court advantage for the Minnesota Lynx, who wrapped up the number 1 seed in home court advantage throughout the playoffs before we even got to September. They can't squander that under these circumstances. Tied up at 59. It is Mercury basketball to start this fourth quarter. Heidemann, McBride, Kliyundikova, Smith, and Carlton on the floor for the Minnesota Lynx defensively. Kliyundikova getting the assignment on Alyssa Thomas. A pick and pop. Thomas will kick it out to Kahleah Copper, being guarded by Carlton. The lob inside, intended for DeWanna Bonner. Broken up by Kliyundikova, who read that perfectly on the backside. She always makes an impact when she comes on the floor, as Heidemann was hit hard when she had the basketball. Looked like a player just running through, tried to swipe at it, and showed some frustration there. Didn't slam the basketball down, but came as close to it as possible. She got hit across the arm and then across the face by DeWanna Bonner, who was just showing defensively and trying to poke the ball away. But we knew this matchup was going to be incredibly physical between these two teams. That's something that really defines both of them. Heidemann thought about a step back 3, picks up her dribble. Carlton scoreless in this game, gets a shot up, and it's good. Now 1 of 3 shooting, and she is on the board. Just an in rhythm off the dribble mid-range jumper, and Minnesota back with the lead again, 61-59. They have trailed for much of this second half. Akoa Makani lines up a 3. That's no good. 1 for 15 is the Phoenix Mercury. Minnesota leading by 2. McBride into the front court, patient through a pick and roll, picks up her dribble, has to find another option, gets it right back from Smith. Another pick and roll. McBride slices her way through. Kliyundikova for 3. That misses everything. Weak side rebound for Smith. Carlton being pounded. Now 5 seconds to shoot for Heidemann against Akoa Makani. Screen comes from Kliyundikova. Heidemann will elevate and fire. That's no good, but another rebound. Kliyundikova. McBride, catch and shoot 3 is good. Minnesota kept up the pressure on that possession and made Phoenix pay. Quick 5 points to start this fourth quarter for Minnesota. They are leading 64-59, their largest lead of this game, but quickly eating into it is Kahleah Copper for 3. It's back to a 2-point game before Minnesota fans could even sit in their seats. 8 minutes to play in this one. High screen from Kliyundikova. Heidemann kicks it over to Kliyundikova. Now left side of the floor. Kliyundikova sets a screen for Carlton. Carlton hesitates, snakes along the baseline. Multiple passes. McBride straight on for 3. Off that time. And the rebound taken by Alyssa Thomas. Thomas quiet in that third quarter, just 2 points. She's got 18 on 9 of 16 shooting. At the free throw line, pulling her way against Carlton. Leaves a wide open look for Copper, and she misses everything. No, she fouls. No, it goes out of bounds. It will be Minnesota basketball, well contested by Maria Kliyundikova, who, even if she's not lighting up the stat sheet, she has 0 points and 1 rebound and 1 assist and 1 steal. But at 3 minutes on the floor, you can just see the poise of her decision-making, especially defensively, really come to life. Minnesota leads by 2, 64-62. Getting downhill is Courtney Williams. The mid-range is good from the right elbow. No stopping that when it is dialed up. She's got 19 points on better than 50% shooting. Kahleah Copper will line up a 3. That is also no good. Tipped out to Alyssa Thomas near the logo. She fires a pass to the right side. Satu Sabally is going to retrieve, but McBride is sticking right with her. 7 seconds to shoot. Whitcomb sets a screen. Sabally picks it up. Whitcomb now against Williams. Little pick and pop. Alyssa Thomas at the free throw line. It just rims out, and a foul is going to be called on Carlton as she was battling with Copper for the rebound. Copper hit the deck. 6:54 to play as Napheesa Collier checks back in. Really solid minutes by Maria Kliyundikova when they are down a bench player in in Dejanay Carrington, her minutes are going to be that much more important. 66-62, Minnesota with the lead. Dewana Bonner has it against Alana Smith. Now Copper on the left side of the floor. Alyssa Thomas will go to the right side. Bonner tries to get the step against Smith. Thomas from the free throw line, blanketed by Nafisa Collier. Gets away to Dewana Bonner. She tries to flip it up and in. That's no good. Thomas is back on the play. Minnesota with the advantage. Williams stops on a dime, leaves it for Smith for an easy lay-in. That ignites this Target Center crowd, and Minnesota leading by 6, their largest advantage today. 68-62 is Minnesota's lead with 6:30 to go as we step aside here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Wolves fans, it's time to get your tickets for Timberwolves basketball. Be in the building for the next jaw-dropping Anthony Edwards moment.
Nas with it off to Ant, drives in and hammers it through with the right hand.
Plus, can't miss rivalries, theme nights, and giveaways fans line up early for. And every game is a night to remember.
Oh, the energy in the building right now is through the roof.
Get your tickets now at Timberwolves.com/single.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. You're gonna lose. It's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Alex Leibel, too, with you in our WNBA Tonight studios for a scoreboard update, final scoreboard update of this contest. There was one other game going on. There's only one other game going on across the WNBA as we've reached the semifinals. It's the Indiana Fever at the number 6 seed taking on the Las Vegas Aces, the hosts, number 2 seed, after the Aces advance on a close 1-point game in Game 3 over the Seattle Storm, and the Fever just beat out the Atlanta Dream by 2 points in their Game 3 on Thursday. The Indiana Fever roll with their momentum behind Kelsey Mitchell, and they come out with a 16-point win in Game 1 on the road. 89-73 is the final. Kelsey Mitchell had 34 points in that contest. A'ja Wilson, the 2025 MVP, had 16 points, 13 rebounds. 12 of those points came in the first half, 11 of those rebounds in the first half. So the Fever were able to get it done in the second half, denying the 2025 MVP from scoring at all. Indiana Fever comes out with a 16-point win. They lead 1-0 in that side of the WNBA semifinals. And some other news, Seattle Storm announced today that they have fired head coach Noelle Quinn after 4.5 years as coach of the Storm after they fell to the Las Vegas Aces in that 3-game set in the round 1 of the playoffs. Let's head back into the Target Center for the finish of this one with Sloan Martin.
Thanks, Alex. Interesting looking at that Kelsey Mitchell scoring line, which, by the way, he mentioned A'ja Wilson, how she struggled 6 of 22 shooting against the Indiana Fever upon receiving her record fourth MVP award in WNBA history. Mitchell becomes already the third 30-point game in the playoffs already. A'ja Wilson on September 18th had 38. Brianna Stewart had 30 as well. And then Kelsey Mitchell with 34. She is not to be overlooked. But not getting too far ahead, we know this is going to be an incredibly challenging best-of-5 semifinal series. The Lynx and Mercury. Minnesota has opened up its largest lead of the game, outscoring Phoenix in this fourth quarter to start 9-3. All four of their buckets coming from 4 different players and holding the Mercury to just 1 of 6 shooting to start this fourth quarter. It's Mercury basketball out of the timeout. Satu Sabali has been quiet in the second half, trying to back down against Bridget Carlton. Carlton giving her no breathing room, but a foul is going to go on Carlton. She was really battling, trying to stand her ground. And Carlton also, I think, does a magnificent job staying vertical, maybe more than anyone. You're allowed that forearm on post work as a defensive player. Perhaps maybe leaned at the last moment. But there'll be 2 free throws coming up here for Satu Sabali. She's good on the first. This basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Minnesota Lynx. Sabally, her second free throw. The lefty puts it down. It is 68-64 in this slugfest to start game one of the semifinals here at Target Center. Minnesota with the basketball. Starters on the floor. McBride threads it inside to Nafisa Collier against Alyssa Thomas, and she's fouled. Looks like by Bonner. A triple team basically came as she tried to sweep across the lane, and that is going to go on Bonner. Bonner today, 0 points, 0 for 4 shooting, does have 7 rebounds, but hasn't contributed otherwise offensively. Collier will take it out on the far sideline into Alana Smith. Here's Bridget Carlton with it outside the three-point line. McBride, one-on-one against Kalia Copper, uses a screen from Smith. Cross-court pass. Collier with it now. 4 seconds to shoot. Bridget Carlton's going to have to come up big as she leans, fades, and is no good from the free throw line. That rebound snatched up by Alyssa Thomas. Thomas with 18 points, now 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals as well in this one. Today finishing third in MVP voting. 5:30 to play. Thomas maneuvering, gets it outside to Sabally. No breathing room for her outside the three-point line. She has to pick up her dribble, trying to post up Courtney Williams inside, but Kalia Copper is going to take a contested shot on the baseline instead. Offensive rebound to Juana Bonner. That foul looks like it's going to go on Alana Smith. That is going to be her third. Carlton has 4. Smith now with 3. And no one else has more than 1 for the Minnesota Lynx. So players to watch, Smith and then Carlton 4 and 3 respectively. Copper hesitates. Long range 2 doesn't go. Tapped out by Thomas to Bonner. Here is Whitcomb wide open for 3, and she cans it. Just the third 3 in this game for the Phoenix Mercury, shooting under 15% from deep. 5 minutes to go in game 1. Courtney Williams able to get the step easily with her dribble against Whitcomb. Floats it up and in inside. She has really feasted on that matchup. And Courtney Williams has 21 points on over 50% shooting. Just outstanding. 5 steals as well for Courtney Williams today. Free throw line jump shot is no good for Whitcomb. Minnesota leads by 3, 70-67. Again, Williams weaving her way through, finds Collier, gets Thomas up in the air, takes off into the paint. No good. Was looking for a whistle there, but she was fading and no whistle comes. 70-67 is Minnesota's advantage. 4:22 to go. Bonner swings it over to the right side. Copper trying to get a step against Carlton awkwardly along the baseline. She travels. This is a perfect example of Bridget Carlton and the minutes that she plays. You look at the stat line, although she does have 8 rebounds today and 2 assists, you see 2 points, 1 of 4 shooting. Her IQ, her effort, her defense, her ability to organize Minnesota, all unmatched. The Lynx up by 3, 70-67 is Williams over to Collier. She will line up a 3. No good that time. The rebound bounced around. Klyuchikova comes up with the basketball. Now deep along the corner, Carlton weaving her way through. McBride wide open for 3. She's got it. Kayla McBride, her 4th triple today. The second Lynx player over 20. She's got 21 herself. Thomas attracts the defense, sets up Whitcomb for 3. That's no good. And Minnesota is going to call a timeout, leading by 6. It is crunch time here in downtown Minneapolis. The Lynx leading 73-67 in game 1 of the WNBA semifinals. More to come when we come back on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hey, you know the world's kind of in a real scary place right now with the horrible stories we hear about every week. I'm Robert Evans. I'm a journalist, and I cover the international fascist movement. And in 2019, July of that year, I decided to do something a little bit different. Instead of covering horror, I wanted to go look for hope. And I found it in a place you might find kind of unlikely, northeastern Syria. The region I visited is known as Rojava, and when the Western media covers it, they mostly just refer to these people as the Kurds. Since 2013, a loose alliance of revolutionaries over there have been fighting to not just drive back ISIS, but to establish something of a utopia, an egalitarian, feminist, eco-conscious, community in a place that previously had known mostly war and terror. In the Women's War, I'll take you to this place, and I'll introduce you to the revolutionaries fighting to build it. Brave women who battle for equality with an AK-47, with a spade, and with a pen. Follow me as I travel to a land of war and hope, a place trapped on the edge of utopia and oblivion. I'm Robert Evans. Listen to The Women's War on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Kayla McBride with 6 fourth-quarter points already, 2 triples, and the Lynx lead by 2 possessions here with 3:39 to go in the fourth quarter. 73-67 is Minnesota's advantage after they trailed for much of the second and third quarters. We know no lead is safe with the Minnesota Lynx, especially considering, and this is not just recency bias, but especially considering their 17-point comeback against Golden State to avoid a Game 3 in the first round against Golden State, trailed by 14 entering the fourth. Lynx teams have been 0-76 in franchise history under those circumstances, and there's a first time for everything. Minnesota trailed only by as many as 9 points in this game. But we are in the closing stretch. 3:39 on the clock. Minnesota leading 73-67. Lynx basketball is brought to you by Treasure Island Resort and Casino, the exclusive casino partner of the Minnesota Lynx. Fans on their feet here at Target Center, waving their rally towels, sandstorm blasting in the background. And on the floor for Minnesota, McBride, Collier, Williams, Kliundakova, and Carlton. Minnesota with a couple 20-point scorers, and Kayla McBride at 21. Courtney Williams on 10 of 17 shooting has 21 as well. Nafisa Collier with 18 and 8 rebounds along with 2 assists. Minnesota with the basketball out of the timeout. 3:30 on the clock. Collier swings it to the left side of the floor, sets a screen for McBride. McBride, the hesitation. She rises up. That's no good. The long 2. And the rebound tracked down by Sammy Whitcomb. Minnesota up by 6, 73-67, approaching the 3-minute mark of this game. Whitcomb goes to the high post, and Kalia Copper against McBride. Copper well defended. The mid-range no good. McBride had 2 hands in her face, straight up, absolutely no breathing room for the 2021 Finals MVP. Collier has it outside the 3-point line, sets a screen for Williams. Williams straight on, her bread and butter location, can't knock it down. Bounce halfway down and out. 2:45 left. Copper open for 3. That is no good. And Phoenix is 3 for 21 shooting. Courtney Williams into the front court looking for trailers, finds Bridget Carlton, who steps into a 3, and she drains it. We saw Bridget Carlton hit 4 second-half threes against Golden State, 3 in the third quarter. She knows when it's her time to step into the spotlight, especially late. Minnesota leads 76-67, and a wedgie off a shot from Phoenix. 2:16 left, and that shot by Carlton, don't want to speak too soon. This is a really strong Phoenix Mercury team and at full strength as well, but has the potential makings of a dagger. It's going to be a jump ball off the ignominious wedgie. Here's Kliundakova and Bonner to jump it up. Kliundakova has played really nice minutes today. Has not scored, but she's plus 10. That is tied for second on the team. And just those 6 minutes, 0 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. She'll jump it up here with Bonner. Bounced around multiple times, and Minnesota comes away with it. Crossing over half court is Courtney Williams. Now time on the side of the Minnesota Lynx. Courtney Williams gets to the rim. She has been exploiting that matchup against Whitcomb at will, and she's got 23 points to lead all scores in this game. And then Kliundakova comes up with the steal, her second today. Understated but productive, Maria Kliundakova. Minnesota leading 78-67, 1:40 left. executing down the stretch as the double team comes to Courtney Williams. She gets away, fires it inside. Klyuchikova finishes at the rim. Courtney Williams orchestrating exactly how Minnesota needs to execute. And they lead by 13, 80-67. Alyssa Thomas with the basketball. The Lynx on a 12-0 run as Collier pokes it away, intended for Thomas in the post. 12 seconds to shoot for this Phoenix possession, but yet another game where Minnesota puts it all together late. Never to be counted out. They get it into Thomas. Cross-court pass, a skip pass to Kahleah Copper, guarded by Carlton. Copper sneaks her way inside. She's going to score at the rim. Just too fast, too strong to stop. And now Minnesota with the basketball. 1:05 to go as Collier gets it over half court. 80-69. Looking like an insurmountable lead right now in game one of the semifinals. Williams takes off toward the rim, stops on a dime, hands it off to McBride, takes a look at the clock. She's just going to lock up a three. That almost went down for about 29 feet, but instead the rebound over to Alyssa Thomas. That is her 8th in this game. Into the front court now. Phoenix absolutely smothered. Klyuchikova forces her away from the basket in frustration. She gets it back, hands it off to Sabally. A rainbow three doesn't go. Phoenix 3 of 23 from three-point land. 5-second differential shot in game clock. 20 seconds to go as Courtney Williams dribbling it out here. Smiles, excitement, filling Target Center. Threading a pass inside. Williams to Klyuchikova, who confidently marches back. Courtney Williams has put on a show in this game, flirting with a triple-double. That will end this one. Game one goes to the Minnesota Lynx, 82-69. Two 20-point scores for the Lynx, and Courtney Williams and Kayla McBride, 23 and 21 apiece. But Courtney Williams, I think you would safely call this one of the best games of her career. 23 points, 11 of 19 shooting, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals. Kayla McBride stepped up to knock down 4 triples. Napheesa Collier, 18 points, 9 rebounds. The number of times she has had 9 rebounds this season, you can barely count on 2 hands, but close to her 5th double-double of the season. The final score, 82-69, right here at Target Center. And I talked throughout this broadcast about the importance of winning in game one for the Minnesota Lynx, to not allow the confidence to grow for the Phoenix Mercury to be able to flip home court advantage in their favor as well. It is significant to make sure that they take care of home court, where they were 20-2 this season. The final here, 82-69. Game 2 will be right here at Target Center as well on September 23rd, so just 2 games from now. But Minnesota, yet another game. They were not down by double figures, but they trailed by as many as 9 points, trailed for much of the second quarter and the third quarter as well, before compiling a 12-0 run to close out this game and to secure the first victory of this semifinals for the Minnesota Lynx, trying to get back to the finals in consecutive seasons and trying to win a WNBA record 5th championship in the WNBA. 82-69 is the final, and they're celebrating here on the courts amongst their fans. After a television post-game interview, it'll be Napheesa Collier and Courtney Williams jumping it up here at half court. Then the slide comes to the fans get to enjoy. Let's take a look at how things went down here. 23 points for Courtney Williams. I mentioned her line. Kayla McBride also with 6 rebounds with her 21 points. Collier with 18 points, but Maria Kliundakova also jumps off the page. She was plus 14, tied for second on the team. 4 points, 4 rebounds, 2 of those offensive, 2 steals as well, looking incredibly poised in her minutes on the floor. Minnesota holds Phoenix to 3 for 23 shooting from long range, and that continues the trend that we have seen now over 5 games. That's already a substantial sample size to take, and how Minnesota has been absolutely stifling from long range. Phoenix was 9 for 72 in the first 3 games, shot 27% in the 4th game, and somehow that feels like something of an improvement for the Phoenix Mercury, who not one of the best three-point shooting teams in the W, but certainly amongst the ones that depend on it the most. The final here, with Minnesota outscoring the Mercury in that 4th quarter, 23-10. We're going to be joined in a moment by Bridget Carlton. Bridget, congratulations on this victory, taking game 1. What is it about this team, about being able to propel yourselves late, a 12-0 run to take control and secure this win when it had been a slugfest?
I don't know. I mean, we just have so much trust and faith in ourselves and believe in ourselves. Obviously, there's really good teams in this league, and we go on runs, but, we just really believe in ourselves, and we're always going to fight no matter what for 40 minutes, and that's why it's a 40-minute game, and hopefully we don't like getting down like that, but if we need to come back, we will.
It's been proven a couple times at this point, but Bridget, also for you and what you've been able to do late in games, thinking about Golden State 4 threes in the second half, you do it again here with 5 points in the 4th quarter. What did you think stepping into the spotlight when your team needs you in a really important stretch?
Yeah, I'm always ready. I wasn't happy with my first half and just my assertiveness, so I was ready in the second half to take advantage when I had the opportunity, and I'm always ready to knock down a big shot, and Courtney found me in transition for that 3 to kind of put it away, but I'm always ready to step into those moments. I think everyone on our team is ready to hit those big shots, and it's someone's turn every single night, so it's just a lot of fun playing in Target Center and feeling that energy and going on a run like that.
Bridget, this is the 5th straight game out of 5 that you've played against Phoenix this season where you've been absolutely smothering the three-point line against this team. They finished 3 for 23. That happened in the regular season, too. Take me through what you thought of the defense overall. They were scoring in the paint at a great rate, but how would you assess that?
Yeah, they scored in the paint a little too much, I think, for our liking, especially in that first half. But, they have really good shooters on their team, and obviously Alyssa Thomas, who facilitates, is kind of their point forward, does it all for them, scores in the paint, but also finds their shooters. We just want to make it as difficult as possible, make everything contested, make them take contested twos. But we pride ourselves in the defensive end, so we're going to get a stop, and we're going to work as hard as we can to do that.
Bridget, last one for you, especially being down a significant role player in Dejanay Carrington. How important is it to have minutes like Maria Kliundakova had just now, where she's plus 14 for the game, tied for second on the team, comes up with a couple steals?
Man, huge, especially not playing much in the first half or at all, and coming in and just being confident, being who she is, getting rebounds, picking and rolling. I think everyone's ready to step into those positions when we need them. That's what makes our team so good, our depth and our ability to, change our matchups, change positions. I think that's what makes it really fun.
Bridget, congratulations on the game 1 win. Thanks so much. Minnesota will try to make it a 2-0 lead 2 days from now here at Target Center. The final score here from downtown Minneapolis in this game 1 victory for the Minnesota Lynx. 82-69. We're going to step away for a moment. We will have our post-game show fired up after this break. I'll break down how this all unfolded. Minnesota with a late surge to win this one against a scrappy and tough Phoenix Mercury team to take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 WNBA semifinal. Stick with us here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On September 30th, 2008, just one day before the U.S. Senate would vote to bail out many of the largest banks in our country, one of the most daring and unusual heists in recent memory was pulled off in the small town of Monroe, Washington. The crime was audacious. It was ornate. It was also a little bit ridiculous. There were disguises, Craigslist hired decoys, a once great athlete turned criminal mastermind. And it had an escape so outlandish that it's still, to this day, hard to believe. This season, we will dive deeply into the DB Tuber heist that rocked this suburb of Seattle. We will talk with eyewitnesses, the lead detective, and the criminal himself to understand how and why this crime occurred. And with new reporting, we will dig into the parts of this case that remain unsolved and people that remain unpunished. My name is Nate Scott. I'm a reporter and editor at For the Win and USA Today Sports. This is The Sneak.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Lynx up by 3, 70-67 as Williams over to Collier. She will line up a 3. No good that time. The rebound bounced around. Leo Jakova comes up with the basketball. Now deep along the corner, Carlton weaving her way through. McBride wide open for 3. She's got it. Kayla McBride, her 4th triple today. The second Lynx player over 20. She's got 21 herself. That was tonight's Mayo Clinic moment of excellence. At Mayo Clinic, we're doing what's never been done. Sloan Martin back along with you here at Target Center in downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota, with an exhilarating Game 1 victory in this best-of-5 WNBA semifinals against the Phoenix Mercury. Winner moves on to the WNBA Finals. Minnesota defeating the Mercury 82-69. Let's talk about how this one went down. I'm not going to give away anything in case you're just tuning in. Looking at the first quarter, Nafisa Collier had 10 points in the first quarter alone on 4 of 7 shooting, but the Mercury outscored the Lynx 24-22 in that first quarter. Of their 24 points, 22 were in the paint. So they were 0 for 3 from 3 for this team that is amongst the leaders in threes per game. It's a significant part of their offense, top quarter of the league in the percentage of their points coming from long range. But they were just finding opportunities in the paint with Minnesota. But the Phoenix Mercury, 11 for 17 from 2-point range in that first quarter. It was a 2-point game heading to the second. Phoenix continued to shoot incredibly hot. In that second quarter alone, 58% shooting. Minnesota was under 40%. They were outscored by 5 in the second frame, 23-18. And again, 20 more points in the paint by the Phoenix Mercury. So at the half, they had scored 42 points in the paint. For reference, Minnesota Lynx to keep teams under 40 points per game in the paint, because that just means obviously high percentage looks and the best possible attempts from close range. So that was something that certainly jumped off the page, and something that associate head coach Eric Thibault told me at halftime. And he said, yes, we want to defend the 3-point line against this team, but we swung too far the other way. Bridget Carlton made reference to that too, talking to me post-game about, we'd like to see some fewer points in the paint scored, but it worked obviously successfully for the Minnesota Lynx. In that second quarter, Courtney Williams, who was magnificent today, had 7 points herself. Kayla McBride was 6 points in that second quarter as well. The Minnesota trailed by 7. They trailed by as many as 9 points in that first half. It was 47-40, allowing, as I mentioned, those 42 points in the paint. One bright side was getting 10 second chance points. Minnesota 6 in the WNBA, and at the half, that's right about their season average this season. They did turn it over 7 times, leading to 11 Mercury points, but it was especially impressive seeing what Minnesota was able to do defensively against Phoenix, who entered today 5th in the WNBA at 9.4 threes per game. That trails New York. New York is first by 0.3 of a 3. So New York is first at 9.7. The Mercury are 5th at 9.4. So really a negligible difference. They're a really good 3-point shooting team. Depend on it a lot. At half, Alyssa Thomas, who was 3rd in MVP voting behind Nafisa Collier, who was 2nd, had 16 points on 8 of 14 shooting, 3 assists and 0 turnovers as well. They shot 56% at the half, had just 2 turnovers. So it felt like Phoenix was really dialing into its strength of being disruptive defensively. And even though those threes weren't coming, they were finding a lot of really easy opportunities in the paint. The third quarter, things started to swing Minnesota's way, where they held Phoenix to just 31% shooting. They outscored the Mercury in that third quarter, 19-12. 10 of those 12 points coming in the paint, so that trend continued. But you saw Napheesa Collier play all 10 minutes in that third quarter, 8 points for her in that frame with 5 rebounds. Courtney Williams had 6 points in the third quarter. Williams was so consistent across this game and compiling a 20-point playoff game. Then in the fourth quarter, Minnesota was able to land the final punch in what had been a very, very physical game, holding Phoenix to just 3 of 17 shooting in the fourth quarter. Minnesota exploded for 53%, 10 of 19, knocked down 3 threes, and very balanced in that fourth quarter as well. 5 points from Bridget Carlton, who you heard from, including a triple. Courtney Williams with 6 points, Kayla McBride with 6 points, and Maria Kliutikova with 4 points in that fourth quarter, as well as they outscored the Mercury 23-10. They turned what was once a 9-point deficit into a 13-point lead. And you heard there from Bridget Carlton, too, where she said, comebacks are great, but you don't want to get down in the first place. But it is something, admittedly, that we have seen time and time again work for Minnesota to their benefit, their ability to battle adversity and to be resilient. And they did it again on their home court, where they were 20-2 this season here at Target Center. The final 82-69, Minnesota at one point reeling off 12 straight unanswered in that fourth quarter to seize control of the game and what had otherwise been very back and forth and well contested. For the Phoenix Mercury, Alyssa Thomas had 16 points at the half. She finished with 18 on 9 of 17 shooting, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. So the WNBA's by far all-time leader in triple-doubles had a 20-point triple-double to close out New York in round number 1. Scored just 2 points in that in that second half, but does, of course, flirt with a triple-double. I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of that from the third-place finisher in MVP voting. Kalia Copper, 22 points on 10 of 23 shooting. Also in double figures was Satu Sabali. She was held to just 10 points on 3 of 11 from the floor. Did have 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, but otherwise keeping her in check. Sammy Whitcomb, 11 points off the bench. And Duana Bonner did not score. 0 points on 0 for 4 shooting. She was minus 17 in this game. And Minnesota held Phoenix to 3 for 23 shooting from 3-point range. I've read this stat a number of times, but I think it bears repeating because this is another theme we're going to be keeping up with through this best of 5 series is Phoenix's 3-point shooting. They entered this game 6th in the WNBA. So, top half this season at 34% as a team, but now in 5 games against Minnesota, shooting simply abysmally from deep through the first 3 games of the regular season. And although Phoenix was not fully healthy in those all 4 games this season, Phoenix was 9 of 72. That is 12.5% of a 3-game sample size. In the final meeting of the regular season, which does go back a couple months, they shot 27%. So add now 13%, 3 of 23 shooting. And clearly this is more than just a trend that we are seeing. So interested to see what adjustments might be made by Phoenix and Nate Tibbetts in his second season here in the WNBA. For the Minnesota Lynx, outstanding performances, 2 20-point finishers in Courtney Williams, 23 points, 11 for 19 shooting, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals for her. Just 3 turnovers today. Kayla McBride, 21 points, had 4 threes, had 6 rebounds as well. Napheesa Collier, a smooth 18 points on 50% shooting, stopped at 9 rebounds, and did have 2 assists. Bridget Carlton, all 5 points in the fourth quarter. And you heard from her in my interview with her where she said, I wasn't happy about my lack of aggression throughout this game. And in back-to-back games, she's been able to step up so huge late. She hit 3 threes in the third quarter against Golden State to close them out, finish with 4 in the second half. She knows when to turn it on. Off the bench, Heidemann with 5 points, Shepard with 2 points, in 11 minutes off the bench. And, of course, Minnesota without Dejanay Carrington, who they brought in specifically for these kinds of playoff series. Her versatility, what kind of matchups they'd be able to manipulate and really change things up, plus her big shot kind of mentality that she does not shy away from. So, unfortunately, because of a mid-foot sprain, we'll not be seeing her this season. So even more pressure on the bench, and including Maria Kliundikova, who in 8 minutes was plus 14, which is tied for second on the team, had 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting with 4 rebounds, 2 steals as well, and just looked as steady as ever. Even when she did not see time in the first half, she did not play in the first half. And because Minnesota has a short bench, they were playing only 7 for much of this game. She stepped in and made a difference. And that is Minnesota Lynx basketball that we have seen time and time again. 2 20-point scores. It is everyone's responsibility, and multiple players can step into the spotlight when need be. The final 82-69 here at Target Center. Minnesota takes a 1-0 lead in the WNBA semifinals in this best-of-5 series against the 4th-seeded Phoenix Mercury. All right, Alex Leipold and I will be back to wrap things up when we return on the Lynx Radio Network.
Looking to shoot your shot and score big, all while giving back to your community? Pilot Games is bringing entertainment with exciting electronic pull tabs to bars and restaurants across Minnesota. Every play is a shot at a jackpot and an assist to a local charity. It's entertainment with a purpose. So next time you're out, look for Pilot Games. Big wins, local impact, nothing but net. Learn more at pilotgames.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it. Because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
With you, Minnesota victorious in Game 1 of the semifinals over the Phoenix Mercury here at Target Center, 82-69. Final segment of our post-game show to wrap things up. But first, we're going to step aside to allow our stations to identify themselves.
Hear every Minnesota Timberwolves game this season on the all-new Timberwolves channel. Here on the iHeartRadio app.
82-69 is the final for Minnesota to take a 1-0 lead over the Phoenix Mercury, maintaining home court advantage. As I welcome in my partner, Alex Leipold, from right here at Target Center in the WNBA Tonight studios. And we saw another example today, Alex, of Minnesota's resilience coming from behind and clamping down on the Mercury, scoring at 1 point, 12 unanswered in the fourth quarter. Once trailing by 9 points, it doesn't get old. The number of times it has happened this season, even back-to-back games, not quite as epic and dramatic as that series clincher against Golden State, but an example of what we've seen time and time again of how this group responds.
Yeah, I mean, no lead is safe with this Minnesota Lynx team. They've been proving it all season long, and they've proved it here in the postseason. They've trailed by 7 in Game 1 against the Golden State Valkyries, and they ended up coming back and winning that one. Obviously, the big historic comeback in Game 2, and now again trailing by 9 in the second quarter. A big bucket by Courtney Williams to maybe shift the momentum towards Minnesota's side in going into the locker rooms for the second half. They come out. And head coach Shel Reeve has spoken about how statistically the third quarter is the best for Minnesota on both ends of the ball. And we saw that again here this afternoon, where the Lynx shot 8 of 19 from the field, but they were able to hold the Mercury to just 12 points. 6 of their field goals coming all from inside 2-point range, 0 for 6 from beyond the arc, where the Phoenix Mercury. The Lynx did a really good job today, as you had mentioned, about defending that and contesting those shots from long range, and it carried over into that fourth quarter, where the Mercury sank 2 3-pointers, which maybe I thought would change the tide for them. Maybe some more of those shots were going to fall. was not the case. 2 for 9 from three-point range. Only 3 field goals made in that final 10 minutes for the Mercury as the Lynx really ran away with it with a 14-2 run to close that game. Some big three-point shots from Kayla McBride, Bridget Carlton. Courtney Williams had some clutch mid-range shots as she always provides in those clutch moments as they hold the Mercury to their lowest second half of the season, just 22 points scored in those final 20 minutes.
There is so many things that we could be going over, Alex, like really just looking through this game with a fine-tooth comb, and it's already getting me very excited for what we are going to be seeing in this series. But it sounds like Cheryl Reeve is ready to talk to the media right here at Target Center, so let's listen in.
But no, I just thought our toughness and just finding our footing, and we knew it might take a little bit. It's the first time we've seen this group as a whole, the Phoenix team whole. The other teams that we saw didn't look anything like this, and so we knew it would be a learning experience for us.
Congrats on the win, Coach.
Thank you.
Court seemed to just be awesome in the second half, especially in that inverted ball screen, like you were saying. Just how impactful was she on the defensive end to kind of right that ship of them scoring points in the paint? And
well, she was a part of the conversation at halftime, and she's like, can we try this? Can we do this? And can we? So, she kind of put her money where her mouth was and tried to kind of, change things for us and make things a little more difficult. So she was our deflection winner, career high 5 steals. I think tied a franchise record in steals. So Court was terrific.
And Masha has been getting praises from teammates, you kind of all season, but to come up in a game like this where she hasn't played in the first round and just be the impact that she was, what can you say about Masha?
Yeah, didn't play in the first round, didn't play in the first half. And, we just got to the point where we felt like we just needed something different, and Mosh rose to the occasion for us. Her 8 minutes were the best 8 minutes of the game. And so credit to Mosh for being ready and being big. She did what she needed to do, getting a jump ball when we needed it, the O boards, the loose defensive rebounds. It's very, very impactful 8 minutes. I'm happy for Mosh.
So with Courtney, she does seem to really be able to just turn things on in the second half. How does that give you confidence knowing that that's the player you're going to see as one who just can shoot lights out and all of that more in the second half?
That's one-sided. That's all Courtney. That's not how I think. I go by what I see. And if I see a first half that isn't great, I don't take that leap of faith that she takes. I'm hopeful. I'm always cautiously optimistic. But I don't hold that as a guarantee. What I appreciate about Courtney was, again, just listening and, just kind of diagnosing and kind of believing us when we tell her, there are certain things available and that we needed aggression. You have to be able to have aggression against these guys. And Courtney did it for us, even though she's one of the smallest players on the court. She got to good spaces and, player of the game for us.
Cheryl, this is a Phoenix team that, given all the traveling they've been doing and having a hard game the other night. Over here.
Oh, shit. What are you doing over there? There's so many seats here, Pat. It's my bad. It's like I hear his voice.
Give me a second here. Oh, boy. Given all the travel feeling she's done playing a hard game the other night, this is the team that should have been tired but didn't play tired the first 3 quarters. I was wondering if you guys ran a lot on them in the fourth quarter. I wonder if part of that was to finally just tire them out.
No, that might have been something that happened, but we wanted to play off our defense. We wanted to do that in the first quarter. So being able to play off our defense and getting stops, getting rebounds and going, that was the product of that. And, getting the separation when we did and, K-Mac's big 3, off kick out, that kind of really gave us some control. It's a great game. I thought both teams, did a lot of things they wanted to get done. And now we go look at some things. And then obviously Tuesday's game will be just as hard.
Hey, Cheryl, just kind of back to Masha a little bit. Like, what goes into that decision down the stretch? I mean, you put her in, I think, with like 4 minutes to go. And she hadn't played. And Alana's the defensive player of the year, but how do you kind of just go through your head and work through what you need in that moment and the confidence to go to her in that spot?
Well, she played earlier in the quarter. She kind of wrapped the second. She was out when we tried to get Fee a little bit of time. was thrilled that we got Fia off the floor for 6 minutes. And that started that fourth quarter, allowed us to do that. So her minutes in the fourth, how she played and the impact that she had, and then missing a defensive rebound was kind of the final straw. That we said, this was not, it can't be, if we're going to win, we've got a defensive rebound. And so, we thought Mosh might be able to help us out in that area. She also helped us out on the offensive rebound. So, and again, that jump ball. So, that's kind of what went into it. Just, I like the quality of her minutes.
Being able to talk at such a nitty-gritty kind of level, and the 8 minutes that Maria Kliundakova played, how important they were, that is what a playoff series is. Minnesota goes 1-0 in this best-of-5 semifinals with an 82-69 victory over the Mercury. And Alex, I'm wondering what you might be looking at specifically when it comes to Game 2 with Minnesota to try and take care of business again at home before going off to Phoenix for Games 3 and potentially 4 if necessary.
Well, that's the best part of these playoff series, even if it's a 3-game, a 5-game, or a 7-game, is that each game you'll see different adjustments on both sides. And obviously a glaring point for the Phoenix Mercury is their lack of three-point shooting efficiency in this contest. And on the reverse side, how they were able to respond to that by scoring 54 of their 69 points inside the painted area. So the Lynx are going to have to figure out whether they want to emphasize a little more defensive prowess on the inside close range areas and still finding those contested three-pointers for the Mercury, because that's can be a fluke depending on how they respond next game. As you mentioned, they're one of the better three-point shooting teams in the league, so I'm sure that number is going to be a little bit better come Game 2. And as far as the Lynx go, they looked really good all around today. They won the rebound battle. They were moving the ball, getting big assists, and they got 7 steals, 5 of them from Courtney Williams, which, by the way, ties a Lynx postseason franchise record for most steals in the game. So Courtney Williams had another big game. They're going to have to rely on their big three, Napheesa Collier, Kayla McBride, and Courtney Williams, like they did today. And maybe see some more Maria Kliundakova minutes, as we saw at the very end of that second half, because she was really immense as far as bringing her size on the defensive end. As head coach Cheryl Reeve said, winning an important jump ball, winning some offensive rebounds, and getting a big assist with 2 steals to boot. She really stepped up big for the Lynx, and she might need to do that again with no DeJohnny Carrington for the rest of the season.
The Minnesota Lynx 2 wins away from advancing to consecutive WNBA finals, but we know that this is a Phoenix Mercury team that is going to be very tough to play against from here on out. And it was for about 3.5 quarters, a slugfest. Neither team was giving an inch, which made it just really exciting, made me very excited for what this playoff series has in store. But let's remember, you have Kalia Copper, who's a champion and a finals MVP. You have Sammy Whitcomb, who is a 2-time champion. You have Joanna Bonner, who's a 2-time WNBA champion as well. That's a lot of experience. And then, of course, Alyssa Thomas is known as just one of the toughest competitors in the WA. I always think back to something Coach Reeve said a couple of years ago. Coach Reeve was one of the reasons that Alyssa Thomas has been able to infiltrate into the USA basketball system, was an Olympian with Reeve in Paris last year. She said no one plays the game harder than her, smarter than her. So it's going to make for a very, very exciting series, and we'll see how Minnesota does in Game 2, which is 2 days from now. So make sure you join us then. All right, for Alex Leibold, I'm Sloan Martin. Thank you so much for tuning in. The final score, Minnesota a 1-0 lead in this WNBA semifinals against the Phoenix Mercury, 82-69. We will catch you on Game 2 on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio? Just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
You've been listening to Minnesota Lynx Playoff Basketball, brought to you by U.S. Bank, an official partner of the Minnesota Lynx, equal housing lender, member FDIC, and by Mayo Clinic. You know where to go. This has been a presentation of the Lynx Radio Network.
We don't think Mac Jones can drive 60 to 70 yards and kick a field goal and beat us with no timeouts. Now San Francisco has got a minute 8. They've got all the time in the world. They have a timeout in the bank, and now they've got a 1st and 10 after a 5-yard penalty. That's what I don't like about Arizona's situation here. 49ers now have the entire field to use, Kerry.
Yeah.
And you can throw it to the sidelines. You can keep it in the middle of the field. Eddie Pinheiro, veteran kicker in the NFL, new to the 49ers for a couple of weeks. You just want to give him an opportunity. But I don't think that this was played right by Arizona, at least in that situation of time-wise. I thought you put more pressure on the 49ers and you limit their playbook if you make them play without a timeout on their side.
100%. I mean, yes, you can always look back at it and say we're trying to go win the game and all that jazz. But you're right. You got to put them in a situation with a quarterback that's not the normal starter. Give him the least amount of resources that he can have. They had a timeout in the tool belt here, and San Francisco is in field goal range already. So not looking good for the Cardinals.
2nd down and 10 with 25 seconds left to go. 15-13. Cardinals lead the 49ers. Chargers just beat the Broncos on a kick by Cameron Dicker with no time left, 23-20. That's now a final. So now we wait here with 25 seconds left. San Francisco could have used the timeout on the previous play.
Yep.
They did let a little bit more time run off, but I think they just want to make sure they get all their ducks in a row if something drastic happens here on a 2nd down and 10. And they end up throwing a screen pass to Christian McCaffrey, who's all the way down to the 20-yard line with 17 seconds left to go. And now if you're Kyle Shanahan, you just let the clock run. And you call a timeout.
Why are they spiking it? Just call a timeout.
I don't know why they're spiking it. They just spiked it with 6 seconds left. I don't know. Well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt in this. If you have a bad snap, this was always the logic to it.
Yeah.
If you have a bad snap on a field goal, you can cover the ball and you can call timeout, and then you can get another opportunity. If you do that with 2 seconds left, there may not be enough time left on the clock, or 3 seconds. Doing it with 6 seconds at least gives that opportunity. We'll see what the 49ers...
And also to move the ball over back to the middle if they need to as well. So maybe that's what's going on also.
All right, Eddie Pinheiro wants it lined up in the center of the field.
Yeah.
He'll have a 34-yard field goal to put the 49ers at 3-0 as they use their final timeout. Cardinals do have 2 timeouts remaining if they wanted to freeze the 49ers kicker.
I'll tell you one more thing in this situation, Dan. We've seen a lot of block kicks today. Somebody that's really good at blocking kicks is Calais Campbell. He's like 9 feet tall in the middle. So I'm hoping that he can get his hands up and maybe disrupt this kick. So let's see what happens.
6 game-winning field goals in Eddie Pinheiro's career, either in the final 2 minutes or in overtime. If you're Jonathan Gannon, do you use the timeout to freeze him?
Yeah, he will. Maybe he won't.
4 seconds are on the clock. 35-yard field goal to go 3-0 in San Francisco. And the kick is up, and it is good. So the 49ers strike gold as Eddie Pinheiro is the hero. 49ers 16, wow. Cardinals 15, led by Mac Jones down the field. There were mistakes made by Arizona. Maybe the biggest mistake of all was letting that punt go into the end zone. You cringed when the ball ended up going into the end zone, which gave the 49ers a start at the 20-yard line. At least if you're Arizona and you were trying to pin them back, you wanted to get them inside the 15, not at the 20.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talk about, again, Dan, complimentary football. Everybody has to do their job. And the punter comes in every now and then to help flip field position and pin the other team deep. And when you can't execute that, it comes back to haunt you.
So the 49ers 3-0. Cardinals fall to 2-1. San Francisco wins their home opener. The Chargers get that big win against the Broncos, now 3-0. Denver falls to 1-2 with that 23-20 contest. And it's over in Chicago. Bears 31, Cowboys 14. Ben Johnson gets his first win as the Bears head coach. And the Seahawks again took care of the Saints 44-13. That's our late window. He is Kerry Rhodes, the All-Pro since day one. I'm Dan Beyer. Kerry breaks down one of Caleb Williams' touchdown passes today. And it was a tough day if you're a Bengals fan. The future may be even more difficult to swallow. We'll talk about that next here on End Zone Radio on Fox Sports Radio.
The biggest stories.
College football fans are freaking out.
In the game.
We have got some football to discuss.
And off the field.
If you're looking at Heisman, best player,
it's what we're talking about.
I think he's the best college football player in America.
Your teams, your college football coverage.
Let's lock in.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The WNBA playoffs are here, and the heat is on. Bet on your favorite teams and stars with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the WNBA. DraftKings puts you in the action with player props, live betting, parlays, odds boosts, and more. And for a limited time, all new DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code HERGAME. That's code HERGAME for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
The different color noises, white noise, brown noise, pink noise. Brown noise is deeper, has lower frequencies, it's got more bass, minimalizes that higher frequency. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really know this, but apparently you can liken some of these to sounds in nature, and apparently brown noise is more akin to like a river rapid or a heavy rainfall or thunder.
Because there's also white noise and pink noise, you think brown noise is just named after the color brown. Wrong. There was a scientist named Robert Brown from Scotland.
White noise is used, aside from just sleeping, a lot of times with like noise-canceling headphones and stuff, masking other sounds.
Pink noise is a little different. It's kind of like the compromise between white noise and brown noise.
As far as which one is best for sleep, there have been some very middling studies over the years. But at Oxford in 2017, they said that they fell asleep 40% faster listening to white noise, but their overall sleep was about the same.
Okay.
There was a study in 2017 from Northwestern of 13 older adults, and they said pink noise provided deeper sleep overall and improved ability to recall words.
For the entire Colorful Noises episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 24/7 comedy.
Men don't settle down. We surrender.
Women, we never express the emotions we're actually feeling, right? I'm fine means I'm about to stab you in the neck.
Clips from today's top comedians and the greatest of all time.
Donut hole. If you want a donut, have a donut. Why are you eating the hole?
When you need a laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
You can actually change the station.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
1971. It was a simpler time, a groovy time. Soul Train had just started chugging along. Everyone had a lava lamp for some reason. Weeble started to wobble, but as we all know, they don't fall down.
It's really something.
But it wasn't all Weebles and bell-bottoms. There was also the Vietnam War and a growing nationwide movement protesting it.
Look behind you. See the thousands marching today.
Across the country, people were speaking up, and the more they did, the more they learned about the hidden underbelly of the most powerful law enforcement agency in the land. I'm Ed Helms, host of Snafu, Season 2, Medberg, the story of a daring heist that exposed J. Edgar Hoover's epic FBI snafu. Hear the incredible true story that almost got buried.
I was told that it might not be published the next day or might not be published ever.
As told by the ordinary citizens who took extraordinary measures.
Getting caught was virtually inevitable.
To expose J. Edgar Hoover's secret FBI.
Many of the techniques were clearly illegal, but justified in the interest of national security.
If it meant some risks that were involved, well, that's what citizens sometimes have to do.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We are the most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. Broncos and Chargers.
Snap good, hold good, kick, hits. Boom! Cam Dicker, the kicker, secures victory as the Chargers start the season 3-0, knocking off each of their AFC West division foes in the process.
What a way to start. What a way to start. And this also talks about the inadequacies of the NFL schedule. I mean, it's true.
Dan, you're the schedule guy. You know, you're more on that. You really care about the logistics of it.
Mike Harmon and I Want Your Flex podcast, at least 3 times during the season, we'll complain on how the NFL does scheduling. And it's not because we're anti-Chargers or anti-any other team.
Yeah.
It's just amazing that the Chargers have half of their division schedule already done by September 21st. Do you remember when the Chargers played half their division games by September? That's what it is.
And you'd be like, no, I don't. No, it's a lot more season left.
Think about that. They have 14 more games. 3 of them are division opponents. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like the 14 divisions. I know it's symmetrical. That works better that way. It just doesn't give to an easy schedule. But an absolute kudos to the Chargers for taking advantage of this situation and winning all of those games, especially since the opener was their home game in Brazil.
Yes, that's right. I mean, for the Chargers right now, 3-0, beating two teams that are in competition with them for that number one spot in that division. To get those wins early, especially in this game. I thought this game was a hard one for them to come out and get the job done the way they have in the first 2 weeks. They had some adversity in this game, still came out on top with a chance to win late, and Justin Herbert came through in the end.
If you missed any of today's show, you'll want to catch the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast. Right after the show, today's podcast will be posted. Be sure to follow the podcast, rated 5 stars, and you can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast. You'll find today's full show posted right after we get off the air. Fast Times with Kerry Rhodes next after Monty Bolaños gives us the latest of what's happening in Week 3 and outside of the NFL from the news desk. What's happening, Monty?
I really was like, that jersey can't be for me, but it looks little like I could wear it. You know, none of it made sense when you guys got my attention to show me this Josh Allen little jersey, right?
Yes.
And so I was like, that can't be for me. Like, you know, but at the same time, I was like, is that for me? Because it was little. You know?
I bought my son, I went to the Bills-Dolphins game on Thursday in Buffalo, and I bought him a Josh Allen jersey. And it is
adorable.
It is youth small.
Yes. No,
and he's going to grow into it. But
and when he grows out of it, give it to me.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. When he grows out of it, pass it on to me.
Dan, you got somewhere to give it.
Now I feel bad.
It just was so funny, but I was like, that's not for me. Is it for me? It's so little. And it was so funny. It looks adorable.
If I give you a gift, I will say, Monty, here's a gift. I won't just show it up through the glass and check this out.
I just was like, why are you guys giving me getting my attention for this? That was so funny. And then Shay's like, I also thought it was for you. I was like, okay, the whole thing.
I'm just going to bring her a gift and nobody else.
Yes.
You know, I love you guys, but I'm going to treat you fair.
No, I'm your favorite, and it's okay to admit it. It's okay. I'm your favorite too, Gary. You got to lie to kick it. You got to lie to kick it. The Chargers are my favorite. I mean, 3-0 for the first time in 23 years.
I told you, Monty.
You did.
I said they're going to win that division.
I don't want to get ahead of myself just because I'm a Chargers fan, and I'm pretty sure I was yelling up and down the hallways at the end of the season last year. I was going to the Super Bowl because I thought they were going to get there. So the Chargers stay undefeated. It didn't look pretty at all times, but it did look pretty when Justin Herbert connected with Keenan Allen on a 20-yard touchdown pass late in the fourth quarter to tie the game. Herbert ends 28 of 47, 300 yards, that touchdown, 1 interception. Chargers win it 23-20. Cameron Dicker with the 43-yard field goal to walk it off. LA stays undefeated, 3-0. Cortland Sutton for Denver had 6 catches, 118 yards, and a touchdown. Seahawks crushed the Saints 44-13. The whole game, it was all Seahawks. Bears get their first win of the season, a 31-14 victory over the Cowboys. Caleb Williams, 19 of 28, 298 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Luther Burden, 3 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown. The 49ers also walked it off with a 35-yard field goal from Eddie Pinheiro to edge the Cardinals 16-15. Mac Jones coming in for the injured Brock Purdy, 27 of 41, 284 yards, a touchdown, 1 interception. When they were driving, trying to get in that position, they gave the ball to who? Christian McCaffrey. Who else, right? He ended with 17 carries, 52 yards, plus 10 catches for 88 yards and kept that drive alive, putting them in a position to win it. The games that happened this morning are in the early window. The Browns got their first win, also walking it off with the 55-yard field goal to beat the Packers 13-10. Panthers got their first win of the season. They crushed the Falcons 30-0. The Commanders outscored the Raiders 41-24. Marcus Mariota in for the injured Jaden Daniels, 15 of 21, 207 yards, 1 touchdown, 6 carries to go along with 40 yards and a touchdown as well. Jaguars topped the Texans 17-10. Texans still looking for their first win of the season. Buccaneers survived 29-27 against the Jets. New York Jets looking for their first win of the season still. Also, Buccaneers should have Chris Godwin and offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs available for next week. ESPN reports it's a very strong chance. The Steelers defeated the Patriots 21-14. Vikings embarrassed the Bengals 48-10. Colts stay undefeated. They rolled past the Titans 41-20. Jonathan Taylor, 17 carries, 102 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And the Eagles, who were down 19 at the half, came back to defeat the Rams 33-26. If you missed it, it looked like Rams were going to win it on a walk-off field goal. Philly blocks the field goal attempt as time expires, and they run it for a touchdown. That's how the score ended, 33-26. Jalen Hurts, 21 of 32, 226 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also had 9 carries, 40 yards, and a touchdown that came very early in the first quarter. When it comes to the WNBA semifinals, there was a doubleheader today. The Fever took game 1 of the semifinals against the Aces in Las Vegas, 89-73. Aces star Asia Wilson did win the MVP award, becoming the first player in league history to win that honor 4 times. And the Lynx won game 1, 82-69 against the Mercury. In baseball, the Blue Jays topped the Royals 8-5. They clinched a playoff spot. The Reds edged the Cubs 1-0. Mets lost to the Nationals 3-2. Technically, Cincinnati and New York right now are tied for the final wildcard spot in the National League, but the Reds have the tiebreaker. With the Chicago loss, the Cubs lost, the Brewers clinched the NL Central. Also, the Guardians and the Tigers both lost today, so Detroit is holding on still to that 1-game lead for the division because they both lost today. I think that's it, guys. It's been a day.
I do have one. I have one more.
I missed what I missed.
No, just the wild card picture for the Guardians.
Yes.
So because they had pulled even, I believe, with the Astros.
Yes. Yeah. I looked at their division.
Yes.
Because you're right. And if based on the division, things could change. But Guardians are half a game, technically, out of the Astros in the AL.
Gotcha.
But they're also trying to knock the Tigers, for the division, and they both lost today. So all of that could switch things around if for whatever reason.
And the Astros right now are losing 7-0 to the Mariners.
Woo!
In the top of the second.
Nothing's making sense in baseball at all.
It really isn't. No. It really isn't. So
just like it wouldn't make sense for me to hold up a jersey to give to you. Like I would wrap it in a box or something.
Bro, you guys all were like this. Also, Cal Raleigh homered. So is that 58? 58?
I don't know. You know that.
I think it's 58.
Listen, I've spent 75% of my last 24 hours in an airport. So I can tell you right now, it is 58.
Woo!
It is 58.
58 Cal Raleigh. What a day, guys.
Yeah,
what a day.
Great job. Very,
Thank you.
very thorough.
And I will take the jersey once he grows out of it. Thank you so much.
And if you think this week is bad, next week, buckle up. Week 4 in the NFL, final week of the Major League Baseball season, WNBA playoffs going on, and Ryder Cup.
Uh-oh.
Yes, USA against Europe.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Yeah, all right.
Dan's going to be.
I'm Dan.
Yes,
Dan's going to be
ready to go.
Dan's going to be insufferable about the cup.
Thank you very much, Monty. Welcome back from her vacation as well. Be sure to check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Right now, use the promo code FOXGAME. That's FOXGAME, FOXGAME, to claim your special offer at DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Don't forget, that's promo code FOXGAME. Kerry, let's break down one of the biggest plays of the week.
Rose, huge hit by Kerry Rhodes. Fast Times with Kerry Rhodes.
And I was about to say in the NFL, that's why I threw Mary Mack off just a little bit with my paws, but it was 1st and 10 for the Bears. 4:20 left to go in the first quarter. That's not why we picked this play. I am against that. No, just kidding. First and 10, their own 35. This is what happened on the Bears Radio Network.
Pitch to Swift, tosses it back to Caleb Williams, looking deep down the left side, going for Luther, burning over the shoulder, 20, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, Bears!
My mom likes to call this razzle-dazzle.
A little razzle-dazzle.
A little razzle-dazzle.
Yes. But
how did the flea flicker work for Chicago?
The Bears came out and showed everything that was a run, right? They came in with tight personnel, 21 personnel, 12 personnel, but they made it look like 21 personnel. They put a tight end in the backfield, so once they hand the ball off, it looks like a handoff. It looks like everything's run. The receivers are slow off the ball to show block, and then accelerate. The guys to the left inside, the 2 tight ends are there to max protect and block. So you're only getting 2 people out in this route. But what they did is they handed the ball off to the back. He pitches it back to Caleb Williams, who called that a flea flicker. The receiver got past the defensive back because his eyes were in the backfield, not on his work. Got over the top. Caleb Williams makes an excellent throw for the deep touchdown, and a good start to a good day. A 65-yarder for the Bears to go up 14-3.
It was one of the worst flea flicker pitches we've ever seen from DeAndre Swift.
It was.
However, the throw from Caleb Williams, I think, is not going to be appreciated enough with pressure.
Yep.
It felt like he threw it 60 yards almost with a man in his face.
It was a top-tier throw. Like you said, the pitch back wasn't It wasn't pretty. Got back there on time for Caleb Williams just to have enough space to get that ball in the right position. The only position that you can throw that ball, I mean, it was a perfect throw by Caleb Williams under duress and a big play for Chicago.
A big, big play and a big, big win for the Bears. Fast Times with Kerry Rhodes here on Fox Sports Radio. Hit him up at Kerry25 Rhodes. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. Coming up next, we'll give you our MVPs, rookies MVPs from week 3 of the NFL season. Plus, it was a special day for all football fans, especially old ones like myself. I'll tell you why next year on End Zone Radio on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go. Have you asked yourself, why do we do what we do?
Here's the thing. I think there's something different.
Well, we do it all for you.
I love it. I love it, love it, love it.
We give you the sports and entertainment you need to get you through your day.
You got to be consistent.
We do what we do for you.
For you.
We are here for you. For you. On Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Ever notice how body pain shows up at the worst times? Your back flares up before a road trip, your knees halfway through grocery day. That's why people turn to Aleve. Only Aleve has longer-lasting body pain relief with up to 12 hours of pain relief with just one pill, compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers based on minimum label dosing. Neck, back, joints, arthritis. Don't let aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Aleve helps you keep moving. Use as
at
directed.
DraftKings, we're all about responsible gaming. Sometimes you got to know when to hold 'em. There are no locks or sure things, so know when to fold 'em. It's more fun when it's for fun. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
It became my first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, it's my favorite new thing.
But did you know that you can make almost anything a preset? Your favorite local station, sure. But your favorite podcast, that amazing playlist you made for free, even iHeart stations you can't get on the radio, like Alt2K, Indie Radio, and Smells Like the 90s.
That's a game changer.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Cross Country. Cross Country is the sound of Americana blending country, rock, and America's greatest songwriters. Bob Dylan and Bonnie Raitt to Chris Stapleton and Zach Bryan. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Cross Country, and listen now. Free never sounded so good. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride. 80s Rock Ride features Van Halen, Aerosmith, Billy Idol, Def Leppard, and more to jam out in the car.
I stay for a white wedding.
Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search 80s Rock Ride, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
News has never been so important, and iHeart makes it so easy to stay in the know with 24/7 news on iHeartRadio. Breaking headlines, up-to-the-minute news, weather, sports, and more. Live around the clock, so you're never more than 3 minutes away from the stories that matter most. 24/7 news, right at your fingertips with the free iHeart app, where you can now make 24/7 news a preset for even quicker access. Your source for what matters when it matters. 24/7 news on iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Just before midnight on Saturday, February 19th, 2005, Danielle Imbo and her friend Richard Petrone left a crowded Philadelphia bar. The two 30-somethings planned to walk to Richard's truck and drive home, but they never made it.
It does not make sense. It's like they literally vanished.
The two were never seen again.
not just them, but a truck disappeared into the ether.
Was it an accident or were they murdered?
No one had a motive to kill them.
Those same questions frustrated law enforcement. The FBI called it murder for hire.
Who killed these two individuals and how did they get rid of them?
Both of them weren't the target. One of them was the target. The other one was wrong place, wrong time.
But which victim was the intended target and why?
It was definitely murder for hire for Danielle, not for Richard.
You're right, it could be. But it also could be something your son did too.
No one was looking to kill Richard. No one.
He's your son, and in your eyes, he's innocent. But in my eyes, he's just some guy my sister was with.
Fingers were pointed, allegations were made, and lines were drawn.
That drove the wedge between the families.
What happened to Danielle and Richard?
I think that whatever happened to my dad and Danielle was planned and orchestrated and thought out.
I'm Andrea Gunning. In this series, I dig into my own investigation to find answers for the families and get justice for Richard and Danielle.
I just want some peace for my sister's soul, and I want some peace for my mother.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We are That's one. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
End Zone Radio on Fox Sports Radio. All the late games have ended in week 3. Just waiting for the Chiefs and Giants tonight on Sunday Night Football, and the Lions and Ravens tomorrow night on Monday Night Football. Jerry Jones, Cowboys owner, said that wide receiver CeeDee Lamb escaped serious injury with that ankle injury today against the Bears. Nick Bosa, the team does not believe he tore his ACL, but they are checking everything out. So the 49ers defensive end suffering that knee injury in that win against the Cardinals. And Jim Harbaugh confirmed Najee Harris suffered an Achilles injury in the Chargers' last-second win against the Broncos to improve to 3-0. He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. It is End Zone Radio, and it's time for Ricky's Week 3 MVPs.
You know what time it is. DJ, I'm going. This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Most valuable plays.
Let's go.
Falcons and Panthers.
Cooper Hubbard, the lone setback. Here's the snap. Play action. Young looking for him to run. Flush to the outside. He's got the corner. He's got the 5, the 2, in for the touchdown.
99.7 The Fox Panthers Radio Network. Texans and Jaguars.
They give it to Travis Etienne. Picks his way to the box. He's going to walk into the end zone. He walked into the end zone. A 10-yard touchdown.
1010XL and 92.5 FM Jaguars Radio Network. Bengals and Vikings.
And it's intercepted. Isaiah Rodgers. Look out, he's fast. And it is loose. Isaiah Rodgers is
KFAN 100.3 FM Vikings Radio Network. Steelers and Patriots.
Snap, loft, end zone, caught. DK Metcalf along the right sideline. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers.
WDVE 102.5 FM Steelers Radio Network. Rams and Eagles.
The kick is away. It's blocked. It's blocked. It's picked up by the Eagles. Running with it is Davis. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Game over.
94 WIP Eagles Radio Network. Jets and Buccaneers.
Taylor fires left side, and that pass is picked down the sideline. Racing to the 40, to the 30. It is Jamel Dean. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
98 Rock. Buccaneers Radio Network. Colts and Titans.
Jones over the middle, flies to the field. Michael Pittman Jr. inside the 5. Looking for the end zone. He's in. He stretched the ball across the goal line. Touchdown, Michael Pittman Jr.
Colts Radio Network. Raiders and Commanders.
Jeremy McNichols bouncing off the 3 Raiders. Breaks into the 3. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 9. Unbelievable. Touchdown run.
Big 100 Commanders Radio Network. Packers and Browns.
Andre Schmidt for the win from 55 yards out. 2 seconds left. Snap is back. Kick is up. And the kick is right down the middle. And it's gone. Wait, there's a flag.
Radio Network. Saints at Seahawks.
Horton back at his own 5. Gets 1 block, gets 2 blocks, turns upfield, got some running room across the 30, 35. He may go 40. 1 block, 15, 10, 5. Mr. Horton, touchdown!
Seahawks Radio Network. Cowboys at Bears.
Scanning, now running right, gonna throw back in the end zone. Middle, DJ Moore, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! That's 4, baby! 4, Caleb Williams touchdowns.
Bears Radio Network. Broncos at Chargers.
Herbert has time, climbs the pocket, and now he's going to use his legs, throws to the end zone. Caught, Tina, touchdown!
KYSR Alt 98.7 Chargers Radio Network. Cardinals at 49ers.
Murray barking out the call. It's a bootleg to the right, a throw to the right. McBride goes up high in the corner of the end zone on the far side and makes the catch for a touchdown.
Cardinals Radio Network. The most valuable plays.
Skittles for everybody!
This is Fox Football Sunday.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. It was a special day at Week 3, Kerry Rhodes, for the NFL, especially on TV. The 50th anniversary of the start of the NFL today. This is how CBS started their broadcast today.
You are looking live at U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. It's a battle.
You remember this?
Quarterbacks. Jake Browning for the Bengals, Carson Wentz for the Vikings. Both teams hoping they can deliver. And now live from Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, where the Patriots chase back-to-back wins for the first time in 3 years, while the Steelers look to rebound after last week's disappointing loss. And live from Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville, where the winless Texans faced a must-win to save their season, and the Jaguars seek to end a 7-year home losing streak against their division rivals. And also live from Nissan Stadium in Nashville, where Indiana Jones and the Colts look to stay perfect against the Titans and rookie passer Cam Ward, who is still searching for his first NFL win.
Kudos to CBS Sports for bringing back Brent Musburger. It's the first NFL pregame show that we had, and it set this. It set the blueprint, if you will, the mold of pregame shows. So the NFL on Fox, everything that CBS does, NBC, all started with the NFL today, and it was great to see Brent Musburger start that broadcast off. A lot of memories.
That voice, just iconic, man. It just, like you said, memories, takes you back to your childhood for me, and it's special.
And he called a lot of games, but there is nothing better than hearing Brent Musburger say, "You are looking live," and he knows it. So a great job. Even the CBS guys all dressed up in their 70s gear and stuff. He was on the set. The old set was there. Yeah, it was really, really well done. So if you get a chance to check that out on social media, I encourage you to do so, because that set the standard for what we see today. What a great week three, Kerry. We'll talk to you in week 4.
Absolutely.
Fox Sports Radio.
This is a real good story about Bronx and his dad, Ryan, real United Airlines customers.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Bronx if he wanted to see the flight deck and meet Captain Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Bronx kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age.
That's Andrew, a real United pilot.
These small interactions can shape a kid's future.
It felt like I was the captain.
Allowing my son to see the flight deck will stick with us forever.
That's how good leads the way.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, Streaming Edition.
Looking for something to watch?
Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Monday, the second season debut of the kids show Blippi's Job Show. Next Tuesday, the launch of the new Netflix stand-up special, Cristela Alonzo Middle Classy. Next Thursday on Netflix, the premiere of the new drama series House of Guinness, as well as the new mystery drama Wayward, starring Mae Martin and Toni Collette. Next Friday on Netflix, the Korean action film Mantis, the romantic drama Ruth and Boaz, as well as part 4 of Pokemon Horizons, The Search for Laqua. Next Monday on Hulu, the launch of the docuseries Into the Void, Death and Heavy Metal. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the docuseries Sneaker Wars, Adidas versus Puma. Next Wednesday over on Disney Plus, the premiere of the new animated series Marvel Zombies, featuring the voices of Florence Pugh, Elizabeth Olsen, David Harbour, Paul Rudd, and more. Next Friday on Hulu, the debut of the movie thriller The Man in My Basement, starring Corey Hawkins and Willem Dafoe, as well as the FX on Hulu start of season 2 of the comedy English Teacher. Next Tuesday on Paramount Plus, the documentary film Bodyguard of Lies. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the 5th season premiere of Slow Horses. Over on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the new action comedy Hotel Costiera. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the docuseries Cocaine Quarterback, Signal Caller for the Cartel. And next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the romantic film All of You, as well as the start of the new drama series The Savant, starring Jessica Chastain.
And that's new to view on iHeartRadio. Happy binging.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When you work undercover, you really have to play the role because you stand to lose more than just an Oscar. If you make a mistake, these people will kill you in the blink of an eye.
If the American government asked you to move to Colombia to hunt down the world's most brutal narco-terrorist, what would you say?
I was a rookie policeman shaking in my boots.
In the 1980s, a new generation of American special agents landed in Latin America, tasked with capturing a new breed of ultra-violent narco-terrorist.
She would kill you if you owed her money. She would kill you if you encroached on her territory. She would kill you if you personally insulted her. Sometimes she would just kill you for the fun of it.
He had all the resources in the world, hundreds of millions of dollars.
A man that could have a political candidate running for president assassinated on stage. This was war.
My name is John Cuban. I'm the host of a new podcast series called Real Narcos. It follows the stories of the world's most dangerous drug lords and the American special agents who hunted them down.
Here you are, a doorway away from the most wanted man in the world. You're not expecting him to go down without a fight.
We didn't have sophisticated software. That didn't exist. The software was a pen and paper.
The only destiny drug traffickers have is either prison or death.
Real Narcos sits down with the fearless agents and journalists who were there on the ground at the time to tell the inside story of the hunt for some of history's most dangerous criminal masterminds. These guys are the real deal. And this is Real Narcos.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
We are Black Horse.
What you need to know.
The Chargers are undefeated.
Snap good, hold good, kick is good. Cam Dicker, the kicker, secures victory as the Chargers start the season 3-0, knocking off each of their AFC West division foes in the process.
Chargers Radio Network on the call. They defeat the Broncos 23-20. Running back Najee Harris did leave in the game with a non-contact lower left leg injury. Justin Herbert, 28 of 47, 300 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. The Seahawks mollywhopped the Saints 44-13. The Bears get their first win of the season with a 31-14 victory over the Cowboys. Dak Prescott, 31 out of 40 for 251 yards, 1 touchdowns, and 2 picks. 49ers walked it off with a 35-yard field goal from Eddie Pinheiro. I'm Brianna Miro.
a full day of football.
What more could you want?
Rolling right, he's got a wide open man deep.
And now it's time to react to it all.
Oh, boy, here we go.
They blitzed everybody.
This is Fox Sports Football Sunday React.
He's going to be intercepted to the end zone. Touchdown.
Every stadium, every score, every turnover. Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Mark Willard and former NFL badass Ephraim Salaam.
Oh, here we go again. Week 3, National Football League. And I mean, I always can't wait for 5 o'clock Pacific time when you and I get to chop it up. I don't know, little extra juice, though, on this one tonight. And before I get to all of the nuts and bolts of setting this thing up, let me ask this question. How do you fire the person who can't be fired? That's my question. I'll explain a little bit more on that in a second, but welcome in. We're broadcasting live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. That's Ephraim Salaam. I'm Mark Willard. As soon as all, except for the Sunday night games, go final, we chop it up. We also do a watch party for the Sunday night game. That's starting in 20 minutes. We'll get you set on that in just a second. Hello, my man. How we doing tonight?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Great.
I am doing fantastic. This was a fun one. This was one hell of a day. And let me ask you that, man. You hear it in sports all the time, and I feel for fans, even fans of teams I root against, I feel for them when all conversations lead to, well, you can't fire the owner. Because you can't. You can't fire the owner. But my God, we've all been a part of watching some franchises where that is absolutely a necessity. And so you can't get Jerry Jones to sell the team, Ephraim. But how do you get him the hell out of the way? Because my God, it has been a generation since they've been to a Super Bowl. It's wonderful that they continue to be the highest valued team in the sport. But decision after decision after decision are just, it's just a running joke at this point. What a performance today. And that was on the heels of what was just a silly season type victory last week over the somewhat tanking New York Giants. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Add in the Micah Parsons trade, the Dak Prescott contract. There's still no running back to speak of. I am stunned that that we're looking at is the Dallas Cowboys.
Are you?
I am.
I'm not surprised. Like, today didn't shock me.
Oh, no. I picked the Bears to win the game. That's not what I mean. I mean, this is being
How we got here?
Yes. This is being run as poorly as any business that you and I can have eyes on in America.
But it has been for decades. So, like, once again, it's been 30-odd years since the Dallas Cowboys have gone to the NFC Championship game. Have been really relevant. Even through the Tony Romo years, they just couldn't get over the hump. And now you just fall right into the Dak Prescott years. And if you keep repeating the same formula, you're going to get the same answer. You solve the same equation, you get the same answer. And so I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that we're here because we've been getting here for 30 years.
Well, I hear you, but like it's one thing to say that the marker, like they do every year, is the Super Bowl and all of that. But I mean, we're only 2 or 3 years removed from this team actually winning division titles, contending, at least being a factor.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Thing.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Even when they were winning division titles,
sure.
Did you really think that they were contending?
No.
So
not for a Super Bowl, but they weren't being run in like a circus. This is laughable.
Oh man,
this is laughable.
If you think about, Stephen Jones had to fight his father to not put Tony Romo in as good as Dak Prescott was playing when Tony first got hurt. Remember they were like 9-0 or 10-0 or something like that. And he was like, no, Tony Romo's our starter. Right? So once that started happening, and this is years ago, once that was the sentiment, I was like, they're not on the same page. And it took, I don't know what, to get Jerry not to put Tony back in there, because he had stood by the statement of Tony Romo will take this team to the Super Bowl and win. It didn't happen. He's made a similar statement with Dak. He's our guy. It's not happening. And when you focus so much on one part of the meal, the other gets cold. And we're at a point where you're just, focusing on the main portion of the meal, and the side dishes are all cold. Nobody wants to eat those. So when you look at their defensive inefficiency, when you trade away their best player, their cornerbacks are just, oof. It's just been tough all year. And then you look at the inability to even put a real backfield together with running backs. You don't even have a real running back room.
That's what I'm saying.
And like I said, Dak is fine. CD is fine. But the rest of the entree, the rest of the plate is cold.
Is Dak fine, Ephraim?
As good as Dak. He has a ceiling. Dak is going to be Dak. I'm not saying Dak is going to be a Patrick Mahomes. No. He's never going to be Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. He's never going to ascend to that. There's a cap to, just like Tony Romo never ascended past what he did. Now, he's a good player. You can win games there. But when you're looking for ascension to the top elite part of the NFL with quarterbacks, that's not happening. It's not going to happen. He just doesn't have that in him.
Yeah, so then I would argue, yes, Dak is fine, provided that you have him at a certain number. And the problem is that the Cowboys, seemingly unlike every other team in the NFL, which all find a way to manipulate the cap, seemingly the Cowboys have openly stated, not only did we make Dak Prescott the highest paid player in the game, think about that now for a second, the highest paid player in the game. And this idea that, every quarterback that's going to, it's like the receivers. Whoever's next is going to get the biggest contract. Have you noticed that nobody has passed Dak? Josh Allen has signed a deal since then. Brock Purdy has signed a deal since then. Jordan Love has signed a deal since then. Nobody's getting a bigger number, and they're all better players than Dak Prescott. And then the Cowboys will openly state that contract, combined with CDs, is why, for example, we're not doing Derrick Henry. It's why, for example, we're not keeping Micah Parsons. And now, what have the Cowboys become? I'll tell you what they are this year, Ephraim. They've got a great role in this league. Whoever your fantasy players are that are going against Dallas, you put them in. That's who they are this year. This is not a playoff team. This is not someone that will even... they won't even threaten to make the playoffs. I'm not sure they're going to get third place. So that's my point. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with you. My point is it's gotten worse. It's getting a whole lot worse. And I'm not an ageist by any stretch, but I'll use this for some sort of a comparison of what I'm talking about. Like, when you've got relatives and you're like, yeah, they're getting a little up there. And then, your brother or sister will call you, and they'll be like, hey, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Whether it's just they can't get around, or there's dementia, or they're whatever, their ability to take care of themselves. The Cowboys, that's what they feel like to me. Yes, it was bad. Ephraim, it's getting worse. Good Lord. They can't even keep players now. Who is this running back room? And when CD or Dak gets hurt, which happened today and it happened to Dak last year, you snap your fingers and it's the worst team in the NFL in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, it's noticeable when a key member is gone, it's all downhill. There is no depth there. I think the biggest problem is when you look at their 3 games, and they're 1-2. They squeaked one out against the Giants in overtime.
Yep.
They've given up 24, 31, and 40. I mean, that's
a lot of points.
That's too many points.
That's a lot of points.
So, I mean, excuse me, not 40, 37. And you needed to score 40 to win the game. You gave up 37.
Mm-hmm.
That, my friend, is a recipe for disaster. I don't care who you got offensively. If you can't stop anybody, I wonder what giving or trading away your best player a week before the season starts does to your defense. You're giving up an average of 30 points a game, 32 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
That's unsustainable. You're not going to be able to sustain that. And so if CeeDee Lamb is out for any number of weeks, you got the Packers. I mean, even the Jets. The Panthers,
I don't know.
Look what the Panthers did today.
No, I know. You look at their schedule and all of a sudden,
That is correct. You are the soft spot.
Cowboys.
And this is honest, if you come out of the first quarter of the season 1-3, it's very few teams that can dig themselves out of that hole. And that's what they're staring down the barrel of.
Well, let me make it even. It's worse. It's worse than that. Because you're right. They're staring down the barrel of that, but understand that's not just a game that's being played. Next week, they're a feast for the entire nation. They're on Sunday Night Football. During our show, on Jerry's World, on display, with Micah Parsons on the other team, and that team coming off of a stinging road loss earlier today.
I can see Micah Parsons having a 4-sack type of game.
100%.
That type of energy.
Oh, my God.
I could see him going demon mode or coming back to Jerry's World. I mean, I'm not prognosticating, but I mean, it just seems like, see, the thing people don't realize is when a player is traded this close, not an off season in between, Micah Parsons was there all training camp. So he knows that offensive line well. He knows the plays. He knows the personnel, which means he knows how to beat them. And so it's different when you're going up against someone you know and someone you're better than, and he's better than both offensive tackles and guards and so on and so forth. So it's a little different. It gives you an edge when you're going up against someone you know. I remember when I left Jacksonville and went to Houston, we're in the same division. And when we played Jacksonville, I had a field day. I had a ball.
Yeah.
Because I had been practicing against those guys every single day for 2 years, all training camp. So I knew exactly what to do to give me the edge and advantage. And, so much so, it was so funny. Defensive line coach comes to me after the game, was like, good Lord, right? Like, it's one of those things where and Micah Parsons knows exactly what his leverage is, what he can take advantage of, and it's going to be on full display. Trust me, he will have a battery in his back. And I'm here for it.
Well, you have to be here for it. You're hired to do so. And we're going to be here for it. And, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of the rest of the country that's going to feel sorry for them. And, in fact, yes, many will make popcorn. But that's my only point. You're right. It's been bad. I'm here to tell you it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Good players who want to come aren't allowed. Good players who are already there are getting sent out the door. and $60 million per year was given to a player who is, let's be real, barely above middle of the pack.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
he's barely above middle of the pack.
I will put a bunch of the young guys in front of him. And, you know, as we go through this show, we'll talk about some of the guys who are taking huge steps this year and really reestablishing their names. That seems to be the theme of the NFL the last couple of years. Can you take your name back?
Mm-hmm.
Can you reestablish your name in this league?
I know you're talking about that Colts quarterback. I know you are, as at least one example. We got a lot to get to. Miracle win for the Eagles in the only 2-0 versus 2-0 game of the day. We had backup quarterbacks all over the league. Many of them won. And in addition to previewing the game that's about to kick, there's one quarterback who I really want to talk to you about because he's maybe the opposite of what you're talking about. Can you get your name back? I got one that's about to lose his. And it's not Dak. So we're going to get to all of this. Glad you're with us tonight. Hey, this isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. That's Ephraim Salaam. I'm Mark Willard. This is week 3. Let's do this on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go. When it goes down in the NFL, it goes down here. Follow us on social media for all of it at Fox Sports Radio. Reactions.
The Bears are afraid.
Breakdowns.
The system will be very similar to what he's running in Minnesota.
Videos and more.
That's big, bro. Yeah.
At Fox Sports Radio.
Salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DraftKings presents a message on responsible gaming.
If you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right.
Whatever you're wagering, sometimes
you got to know when to hold 'em.
There are no locks or short things, so
know when to fold 'em.
And if you feel like you're ready for a break,
know when to walk away.
Remember, it's more fun when it's for fun.
When the dealing's done.
Well said, man. Well said. At DraftKings, we believe it's more fun when it's for fun, and we want it to stay that way. We provide customers with helpful tools so they can set budgets, limits, and cool-off periods, and we encourage all customers to use these tools. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction.
I'm Julian Edelman. That's Rob Gronkowski. And guess what, folks? We're teammates again. And we're going to welcome you guys all to Dudes on Dudes.
Dudes on Dudes.
That sounds a little weird, but that's what this is going to be. Roberto, what's Dudes on Dudes?
Well, I'm a dude. You're a dude, and Dudes on Dudes is our brand new show, and we're going to see who the ultimate dude really is.
The premise of this show is going to be, we're going to highlight players, peers, guys that we played against, legends from the past, and we'll get into the types of dudes. What kind of types of dudes are there, Gronk?
A lot of different types of dudes. We got studs, wizards. We got freaks.
Or dudes, dude.
We got dogs.
We'll break down their games. We'll share some insider stories and determine what kind of dude each of these dudes are. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're gonna find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and X. Go to Apple Podcasts and write a review about dudes that you want us to do.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Peter Bogdanovich is a man of many passions.
Peter Bogdanovich bursts upon the film.
Bogdanovich is best known as a director of films like The Last.
Peter Bogdanovich helped change the way movies were made, starting with his first hit in 1971, The Last Picture Show.
Thought you might want to go to the picture show.
Yeah, might as well go.
At age 31, he became one of the hottest directors in Hollywood.
All his life, he's wanted to make movies, and he did.
His self-confidence. He knew what he wanted to do.
Now, this movie fan is a successful director.
Peter's career was kind of the ultimate triumph of the film critic, film nerd, film buff.
And he liked being in love.
Peter and I, we were the first unmarried couple on the cover of People magazine. Oh, horrors.
You have her, you have 4 pictures in a row that make
people hated them.
A guy has to learn to hate you.
But Peter's success did not last.
I made a lot of mistakes, but we're starting again now.
And just as he was on his way back up,
she fell in love with another man.
The happiest girl in the world today.
Dorothy Stratton.
He suffered an unspeakable tragedy.
Playboy magazine's 1980 Playmate of the Year has been found shot to death. And finally, the phone rings. I answered it. It was Hefner. He said 2 words. Dorothy's dead.
I'm Ben Mankiewicz, your host for The Plot Thickens, a new podcast from Turner Classic Movies. Each season, we'll bring you an in-depth story about the movies and the people who make them. Our first season, I'm still Peter Bogdanovich.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
We are To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
All right, these Sunday nights happen in the Fox Sports Radio studios, and be sure to check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Right now, use the promo code FOXGAME. That's FOXGAME to claim your special offer at DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Don't forget, that promo code is FOXGAME. The game tonight is underway. The New York Giants are going to have the ball first against the 0-2 Kansas City Chiefs. Answer this one for me, Ephraim. And that is this exactly what the doctor ordered for the Chiefs and they get right tonight? Or do they have some pretty big problems?
They have some big problems. I don't think the Chiefs are right. So them getting right may be more difficult than we thought after the first loss. I don't think there's a mixture of something going on here. First of all, they've played more games than anybody the last 3 years.
Sure.
Secondly, the signs of struggle started last year, and they escaped the ramifications of the struggle by going 15-2. Now, what I know is, and I mentioned this, them a record 12 straight one-score games, winning that 17 total in the last 2 years. That is extremely difficult to continue to do when you get older and your team has turnover. Now, of course, the principles are there. You have Patrick Mahomes, who's considered still one of the top quarterbacks in the league, although his stats won't back that up. You have Kelsey, who's considered one of the top tight ends in the league, although his stats won't back that up. And you have Jones, who is one of the top defensive tackles in the league. But those three players themselves do not make a team. And I think Steve Spagnuolo is having to push a little bit more, leaving that back end of the defense a little bit more exposed. And if the Giants come out and have any semblance of what we saw last week with them attacking downfield, that can be a detriment to Kansas City today, because Russell Wilson was on a bender last week.
Yes, he was. Now, he was playing our aforementioned Cowboys.
Yes. But what happens is when older players have success and they can recapture something that they think they haven't had in a while, it does something to them, right? They know how to, use that.
Muscle memory kicks in.
Yeah, it really does. Like, there were all questions like, these were real questions last week for the Giants. If they're down by 2 touchdowns at halftime, do we take Russell out?
Right.
Right? Like, so, these were active conversations that were had for 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come out and you do that. You throw for almost 500 yards, and now the conversations shift. Right? Like, the conversation is not that anymore. So it gives you a sense of, okay, they see now, and now you're trying to continue on that path, which is dangerous. Now, Kansas City reeling, trying to figure out, Patrick Mahomes never been 0-2.
Right.
He's never been 0-2. Patrick Mahomes has never lost 3 games in a row, and I'm counting back to the Super Bowl. Ever. So what I'm saying is this is new territory for them. This isn't last year. They aren't squeaking these games out. They're losing them. This is a team that's not used to or comfortable with playing like that. It has a psychological effect on the locker room. So, yeah, they're in trouble.
Well, I like that Chiefs defense, which really did take them all the way to the Super Bowl last year. To me, they're center stage, and they're on the field right now. And the reason they're center stage is because of something that you just said earlier about Russell Wilson. Does muscle memory from last week kick in? And someone who was, I don't even know if he still is, but he was on a Hall of Fame track. Does that sort of get recaptured at all? Or do we learn that, you were just playing the Cowboys, never mind, and then we immediately go back to where we were prior to last week's game, as you said, where we're looking for the entry point for Jackson Dart. It's not this game, and it's not next week when they host the Chargers, who are the real deal. They're 3-0.
Yep.
They're the real deal. They are tough. They have a very good defense. I am not giving Jackson Dart his first start in that game.
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
But if Russell, if the slipper doesn't fit, okay, and the genie goes back in the bottle and all of that stuff tonight, then I think we are fast-tracking a Week 5 start for Jackson Dart when the New York Giants will visit the New Orleans Saints.
Yes. I mean, that's what we circled on our calendars, right?
That's on the line tonight.
This is the first 4th and 3 here for the Giants, and it's batted down. And just like that, you throw points away. You have a great opening drive, and you just throw the points away.
No, but can I go to the third down play call? We run the ball up the middle on 3rd and 7?
Well,
what are we doing?
I knew they were going for it on 4th once they did that.
Right, but why not? Like, I have an idea. How about go for it on 3rd?
Yeah, how about then you get the first down?
You can decide that we'd like to go for it on 4th. Great. Still try to get the first down on 3rd.
Yeah, like that's the part of the play calling I'm unhappy and unsure about. And it's been like that for the last couple years, ever since this whole we're going for it no matter where we are on the field on 4th down. We'll talk about this after our wonderful update, and our beautiful Bree lets us in on what's popping. Cue her music, please. I don't have anything inspirational to say about her like I do with Steve. She's getting there. All right, we have to see. Come on, Mary, let's go. Boom.
Okay, yeah.
Lock us in, Mary.
Brianna Muro. Here we go.
Come on, Bri.
What's up, Brianna?
How are you?
We're great.
All good over there? I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I have no idea what I'm saying. I totally lost my train of thought. Okay, you guys. Starting off with the 49ers, they edged the Cardinals 16-15. What I was going to say, it's such a low-scoring game. Nick Bosa goes down, and James Conner was carted off the field. I was just reading about that. I didn't see that James Conner play.
Oh, you don't want to?
Okay.
I would suggest maybe don't watch the highlight.
Oh, so sad. He has had such a rough injury ridden career.
Great player too, though.
And the ultimate sign of respect, Ephraim and Bree, I don't know if you guys saw this, but both teams came out onto the field.
Oh, absolutely. He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys.
Both teams, and that's the division game. These guys battle year in and year out, and they all came out to pat James Conner on the head. I don't know what the injury is, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see him for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it looks like it was an ankle injury so far. So the 49ers win it with Eddie Pinheiro 35-yard walk-off field goal. The Chargers edged the Broncos 23-20 thanks to a 43-yard field goal by Cameron Dicker. They are 3-0 for the first time in 23 years. The Seahawks mollywop I don't even want to call them the Saints, you guys. They are the Aints officially now. 44-13. That was ugly.
Isn't that your guy?
Spencer Rattler is.
You're a Rattler girl, right?
I am a Rattler girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought I remembered that.
Yeah, you did. Okay. You definitely remember that correctly. Yes.
I don't think Spencer Rattler's the problem.
No.
I just want to make sure. Like, I want to, Bree, I'm gonna have your back here for a second.
He's not.
I mean, Spencer Rattler. 3 touchdown passes, no picks last week against the Niners. Like, he's got people dropping balls. His defense is not showing up. They have no clue what they're doing out there.
They look so lost. Robert Saleh said that by the end of this season, Spencer Rattler will be a household name, which I thought was a really nice compliment.
You know what was funny? Because obviously I work here in the Bay, and if you go back and listen to that clip, I know that's what he meant to say, but he actually said that Spencer by the end of the year would be a household. Which I didn't, I think that's what he meant, or maybe he thought he was just saying he would be at home at the end of the year. I don't know. Not going to the playoffs. He'll be in a household at the end of the year.
Okay, yeah. So it could be taken both ways.
Yes, it can.
Okay, then in the early morning games, the Steelers outscored the Patriots 21-14. Aaron Rodgers finished with 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. He did officially pass Brett Favre for 4th all-time in most passing touchdowns with 509. The Eagles defeat the Rams 33-26. The Buccaneers survived 29-27 over the Jets. The Commanders beat the Raiders 41-23. And in baseball, Cal Raleigh has hit his 58th home run of the season. At the bottom of the 5th inning, they are destroying the Astros 7-1. So I would definitely going to be on Cal Raleigh watch for the rest of the night, just in case he wants to go for like a 60 burger or something. Back to you guys.
All right, Brianna, thank you very much. Yep, Mark Willard, Ephraim Salam here in our Fox Sports Radio studios. Another reminder on the Globetrotters. It's not just a game, once-in-a-generation event. Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. AaronRodgers.com. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, let's do that in about 10 minutes. I know that there was some sound today from Aaron that you wanted to get to.
Yeah.
I wanted to pay off what I said to you earlier when I said, hey, I know you got some quarterbacks out there that you feel are retaking their name. I got one for you who's losing his. And unfortunately, I hate it because I like him and I don't think it's all his fault. But my God, C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans offense can't even get a playoff. Now, you're an offensive lineman. Talk to me because I feel for C.J. I don't think he's handling the rush well, but the rush is overwhelming. His offensive line is a sieve right now. What do you see when you watch your former team play?
I just see there's no connectivity. The biggest thing you need as an offensive line, and that's what makes it the most unique position on the field, is all five have to be in lockstep. They all have to be on the same page. And if one is doing something else or one is not locked in, then a disaster happens. And so we see they're not all on the same page. I'm literally watching them not pick up pressure that I can see from my house where it's coming from and the protection. I can see it, so I'm calling it out, and it's not happening. You got one guy going this way, one guy. It's bad, and you're right. C.J. Stroud is about to lose his name because he has so much good promise, and now he looks like a shell of his early self because he can't get into a rhythm. He can't even find pace. And once that happens to a quarterback, and I don't care who you are, we saw Patrick Mahomes. We saw it happen to him in the Super Bowl. No matter what happens, we saw it happen to Cam Newton. We saw it happen to Peyton Manning. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, Tom Brady. If you're under constant pressure and you can't get your rhythm, then everything is off. There's no balance. There's no ability to have confidence that you can go through your progressions. You feel like I have to take the thing that's available right now, and that speeds up your offense or slows it down in certain aspects. And you don't allow the quarterback to be able to really take advantage of the defense. The defense is always punching you in the mouth. What great quarterbacks do is they make you guess wrong. And when you're not even guessing, you're just trying to survive, that's a problem for a quarterback.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that you can add to this conversation, too. So if I'm a quarterback and my pace is off and my offensive line is not giving me time, if I'm that offense, what I want to then lean on is, well, let's see if we can get the run game going. Let's see if we can get the run game going. And oh God. Oh, dear. So this might be a little bit in the weeds, and I know Joe Mixon is hurt, and quite frankly, I'm not terribly optimistic we're going to see him this year. This sort of has maybe shades of the James Conner conversation we were just having. Everybody in this league loves Nick Chubb. He's been through hell, and the fact that he has fought to continually come back and play is amazing, but I'm sorry. It's just like it's not there anymore. And I don't know how many of y'all have had a chance to see their kid, Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Ephraim, give him the job. What are we doing?
Just give it to him.
What are we doing? He looks great. And they're only giving him about like 5 or 6 touches a game. And he can catch the ball out of the backfield. And I just feel like somebody got to help CJ out here. And the offensive line won't do it, and Nick Chubb's not doing it. You got to change this thing up. I am a huge fan of DeMeco Ryans, and I'm worried the direction this thing is going. It's going the wrong way.
It is, and you got to run the ball more than 15 times.
Yep.
Right? And you're averaging about 4.5 yards a carry. You got it in a one-score game? Hello?
Which is
in
fine.
A one-score game.
Yeah, 4.5 yards a carry. That's like, you take that.
That gets you a first down.
A first down.
And so
yes.
you just have to slow the rush down. You have to get an 11 personnel and run the ball against nickel. Like there are different things you can do to make it easier for those guys up front and all of that. And it's just not clicking. They're taking, people said they took a step back, or he took a step back last year. And look, he didn't have any receivers. All of them got hurt.
Yep.
And they still made it to the exact same spot they made it to his rookie year, second round of the playoffs. And so what I'm saying is that seems like a far cry from where they are now. I mean, they're a bad football team, and it pains me to say that because I have an affinity for them. I've spent 5 years there. I know D'Amico. He was one of my teammates. And so it's a tough watch, and especially Jacksonville.
Yep.
Jacksonville's looking for a reason to lose. And, that's a division game, and those games are always tough. I'll say that. Whenever you get in that division, they're always tough. But I tell you what, both of them better got both eyes on the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord.
You're already 3 games out.
What?
You are already 3 games out. So we need to get to those Colts. I want to get to your Aaron Rodgers comments after the game. Let's do all of that. We got 3 things coming up at the top of the hour. That's when each of us give our top 3 observations of the entire day that are on our mind. So we're just getting started. Chiefs are in Giants territory. Our watch party's underway. We'll keep you up to date there, too. With Ephraim Salam, I'm Mark Willard. This is Fox Sports Radio.
When that news breaks.
We have a little breaking news. We have breaking news.
When that last shot goes up.
And the final shot by the Pacers. Oh, my goodness.
When that catch wins it.
Touchdown, Commanders!
When your team plays. We are on. We are Fox Sports Radio.
This NFL season, every moment counts. And with TCL, every moment looks better. It's the ultimate season to score, powered by TCL, the official TV partner of the NFL. And believe me, football has never looked better. Picture this. Kickoff on a massive 75-inch TCL QD Mini LED TV. The colors explode with intensity, and the motion is so smooth, you'll feel like you're standing on the sidelines.
Whether it's game-winning touchdowns, blockbuster movies, or late-night gaming marathons, TCL delivers performance that brings it all to life. TCL's making it easier than ever to upgrade with savings up to 50% off select models. From the flagship QM8K with its incredible picture and sound to the versatile QM6K, there's a TCL designed for your home. Don't just watch the game, own it.
TCL is the official TV partner of the NFL, and football has never looked better. Available at all major retailers. Visit TCL.com for details. TCL, the ultimate season to score.
iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
What's the Doomsday Clock, Josh?
So the Doomsday Clock is a metaphorical clock that is overseen by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. It's a graphic representation of how close humanity is to self-inflicted disaster.
They moved the second hand on the clock forward to 89 seconds to midnight, which means it's the closest that clock has ever been to midnight since they started.
In 1947, when the U.S. and Russia were starting the Cold War, it was 7 minutes to midnight. We're now less than 2 minutes away from midnight. The furthest away it was from midnight was 1991, after the Soviet Union dissolved. It was all the way back from 17 minutes to midnight.
I think it's a valuable thing because it just raises awareness every year with people. Just another thing to kind of say, hey, like, we're not headed in the right direction as humanity goes.
All these things that have been developing for a while have been accelerated because of the threat multiplier of misinformation and disinformation and conspiracy theories.
For the entire Doomsday Clock episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now. iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
We're talking about peacocks.
A peacock is specifically the male. The peahen is the female. They are not native to the United States, although they thrive in coastal, warmish areas.
So when you see that thing fully displayed, when that peacock wants to have a little good time with a peahen, that thing may go 5 to 7 feet in every direction.
That's the whole point of those feathers. Again, the peacocks will use it to try to ward off or intimidate trespassers in their territory, but for the most part, the whole thing is to impress the peahens.
And they will shake those feathers, and the shaking isn't just like, hey, look how pretty. Science has discovered semi-recently those vibrations are in lockstep with the peafowl's head feathers that they used to think were just for show, but now they realize they vibrate at the same intensity and that they can actually, sort of feel when those tail feathers are vibrating in their direction through their head feathers.
For the entire Peacock episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now.
I'm John Walzak, host of the new podcast, Missing in Arizona.
And I'm Robert Fisher, one of the most wanted men in the world.
We cloned his voice using AI. In 2001,
police say I killed my family.
3 dead bodies, 2 were children.
He slit the throat of all of them.
First mom, then the kids.
And rigged my house to explode.
In a quiet suburb.
This is the Beverly Hills of the valley.
Some house just exploded and ignited on fire.
Before escaping into the wilderness.
Leading police on a massive manhunt in rugged terrain.
There was sleet and hail and snow coming down.
It was the biggest manhunt in Arizona history.
They found my wife's SUV.
Within 50 feet was a cave.
He could be buried under rockfall, and you cut a skeleton leaning up against the wall.
And my dog Blue.
All I could think of is the sniper me out of some tree.
But not me.
Police believe he is alive and hiding somewhere.
Can you disappear and change your name and work for cash? Yeah, you can.
Fisher is still very much a priority with the FBI. He's on the 10 most wanted list.
Listen to Missing in Arizona.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Moisture surging north from Mario's remnants will continue to interact with an upper terrain to produce showers and thunderstorms across parts of California, the Great Basin, and the Southwest this weekend. A marginal risk of excessive rainfall is in effect due to the threat of localized flash flooding. The flash flood threat should diminish across the Southwest on Saturday, and high temperatures remain below average. Storms forming along a surface front could produce instances of flash flooding over portions of the lower Missouri Valley, middle Mississippi Valley, and upper Midwest this weekend. Storms are expected to develop along a stationary front across the Midwest and central Appalachians on Saturday. A marginal risk is in effect for portions of eastern West Virginia and western Virginia as a result, and monsoon moisture returns to the Southwest on Sunday, and upper-level disturbances refocus thunderstorms over parts of the middle and lower Mississippi Valley. And that's a look at your national forecast. I'm Jim Forbes.
We are Fox Sports. Friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Shades of last year. Long field goal for Harrison Butker on the way. Doink off the upright and in. Woo. But anyway, off to a good start there for the Chiefs. They get the opening drive field goal. They're up 3-0. Keep you up to date in these Fox Sports Radio studios. You want to talk about your boy Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, yeah, let's do it, man.
Okay, talk to me. Set it up. What'd you hear after the game that caught your attention?
First, it was good to see the Steeler defense join the season. Now, it wasn't the normal way they would normally do it. Now, of course, they had 4 takeaways, which is a record, and they were just ball hawking. But they were also giving up 15, 16 play drives, doing something miraculous at the end to get the turnover. But they showed up, and we have been missing them for the last 2 weeks, essentially. But I was interesting watching Aaron Rodgers in that game. He was very, very spirited throughout the course of the game on the sidelines and even in the game, communicating with his teammates and there was a lot. And so emotionally, it felt like he was super invested opposed to when he was at the Jets. He kind of felt like he was like, it is what it is. right? He would. It was almost like he checked out. Mm-hmm. Now, I know that he's trying to build chemistry with his offensive weapons. Didn't do a lot of mini camps and things like that. Of course, they had training camp, but, it's only so much you can do. They don't even practice like they used to practice in training camp. But what I know is it's hard to build chemistry in, 6 weeks. It's going to take time. And just listening to him after the game and how he felt the offense was doing was interesting to me. Hit it.
I'm here with the quarterback, but we got to start with the play of the defense in this game. What struck you with their performance?
Well, they've been taking it on the chin a little bit, I think, the last couple of weeks and didn't really appreciate it. So they came out and played incredible. We were terrible on offense after the first 2 drives. I didn't have a good game, but the defense every time kept us in. Into the first half, deflection, interception, going in for a touchdown, fumble, touchback. The defense won the game. This was a classic Blitzburg performance. Hats off to those guys. Offense, we got to get in the film room and get better because we can't have our defense save it for us like that every week.
Understandable, but you make the plays in that one drive to get the points necessary. What can you take from that?
Well, we can take a lot from the first 2 drives. How we came out, played well. We got into rhythm. We were no huddle. Moved down the field, got a couple touchdowns, and we sat on the bench for like 30 minutes. There was a long lull there, and then we stop them. Then we come out, I throw a terrible ball, then we're back in it, then they stop them again. So our defense played incredible. What we can take from it is we had to have some plays, and guys made some plays. That's about it. But we got to get better on offense. I got to play better.
Lastly, you moved to 4th. You passed Brett Favre. I know it's about the team in the moment right now, but what does that mean to you?
It means I'm old. I've been playing a long time.
Okay. This stood out to you. Why?
Yeah, it stood out because even when he's giving his defense a compliment, and even when he's waxing poetic like Aaron does, he was very honest about we stink. Mm-hmm. Right? We got to get better. We got to get in the film room. We got to do this and we got to do that. And then he says, we go down and we score, and then we sit on the bench for 30 minutes, right? So even when you give props to your defense, you kind of, nudge them a little bit, alluding to the fact that, like I said, they gave up a 17-play drive and ended in an interception. The offense has been sitting on the sideline for 30 minutes. They come in, it doesn't go well. They give the ball right back. And so it's just those little things that make me raise an eyebrow. Like, he understands that he has no time. This is it. This is it. This is the last hurrah. This is the last everything. So he understands the importance of it to me. And if he can take the onus, right, and get better and bring that offense is looking for him to lead. No one else. DK Metcalf's not the leader of the offense.
No.
He's the leader of the offense. So just him acknowledging that, it could bode well for the Steelers, but I was impressed with how that defense was bending like a mug, but didn't break.
I don't want to take any of the credit away from the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I will tell you this, Ephraim. One of my 3 things, one of my observations will be about the team that they were playing and just a little whoopsie daisy that they kept doing over and over again. So 3 things are coming up next on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend Shields, Guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Hey, this is Jamie Loftus, and this is my new weekly show, 16th Minute of Fame, the podcast where every episode I take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Who were they? What made them so notorious? How did the internet, or sometimes the algorithm, choose them? And what does a person do when they're suddenly confronted with more attention than the human psyche can handle? Take The Dress, a story that went uber viral in early 2015 in spite of being, well, kind of a boring optical illusion. A mother of the bride in Scotland took a picture of a dress she was thinking about wearing to her daughter's wedding. But she saw the dress as blue with black lace, and her daughter saw it as white with gold lace. One BuzzFeed post later, every single person on the internet was talking about the dress. But to me, the dress is a story about the last couple of months when the internet was still sort of fun. It was shortly before the stories that spread across the internet stopped being driven by exploited millennials with useless arts degrees and started being decided by algorithms hell-bent on growing internet usership at all costs. And on a long enough timeline, the story of the dress is one entangled with abuse and media exploitation. Internet history is a tricky thing to be invested in. It feels like every time a bad with business billionaire buys up another platform, history starts being erased. With the team at Cool Zone Media, we're taking these characters' 16th minute of fame to see what their moment meant to them and what it says about us.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Russ Faria was charged with a crime that he swore he did not commit.
No, I did not do this. I do not know how this happened. I did not do this. I was not involved with it.
Just after Christmas, Troy, Missouri, 2011.
The jury was left with no alternative, and in most people's words, the husband did it. Who else would have?
The prosecutor said it was rage, greed. We wouldn't be here if the answer was that easy.
In my opinion, an innocent man got charged with murder, and then it started to snowball from there.
I'm Keith Morrison. I've been a correspondent for Dateline NBC for 25 years. And in that time, I've never seen a story quite like this before. As we investigated this saga of murder, greed, lies, things became personal. What happens when a true crime show becomes part of the story? We could never have imagined.
I've worked on other cases that have twists and turns, but I've never worked on a case like this with so many twists and turns that were completely unpredictable.
From Dateline NBC, this is The Thing About Pam, the wild and unbelievable story of the murder of Betsy Faria.
I'd like to see this story conclude with justice. Betsy Faria has not received justice. Russ Faria has not received justice. Her family has not received justice.
And if we've learned anything in all the years we followed this story, anything is possible.
Whoa.
I'm Keith Morrison. The Thing About Pam, an all-new podcast from Dateline NBC. Subscribe now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
We are Fox Sports.
What you need to know.
Starting in Sunday Night Football, the Chiefs are on top of the Giants 3-0, 14 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Earlier today, the Eagles came back with a block.
They blocked him the last time. The ball is spotted. The kick is away. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's picked up by the Eagles. Running with it is Davis. Third 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, game over.
94 WIP Eagles radio network on the call. They defeat the Rams 33-26. They were down 19 with 11 minutes left to go in the third quarter. The Vikings roll past the Bengals 48-10, the worst loss in Bengals history. Carson Wentz, 173 yards and 2 passing touchdowns. He will start again next week. In Major League Baseball, Cal Raleigh with his 58th home run of the season. I'm Brianna Muro.
A full day of football.
What more could you want?
Rolling right, he's got a wide open man deep.
And now it's time to react to it all.
Come on! Oh boy, here we go.
They blitz everybody.
This is Fox Sports Football Sunday React.
He's going to be intercepted to the end zone. Touchdown!
Every stadium, every score, every turnover. Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Mark Willard and former NFL badass Ephraim Salah.
Yeah, off we go now, a little deeper into the night. Week 3, National Football League has mostly unfolded in front of our eyes. Still a game and 3 quarters or so left to go, and tomorrow night's a doozy. We'll talk about that one a little bit. Chiefs continue to lead the Giants here 3-0 as they try to get off of the schneid. After their 0-2 start, we are live in the Fox Sports Radio studios. And also, this isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of the legacy that never stops. Be there when history's made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. We do it every single Sunday right about this time. If it's 6 o'clock in the West, it's 9 o'clock in the East, anywhere in between or beyond. You sit down, you sit back, you relax, and you listen to me and E go through 3 things. Our top observations of the week in the National Football League and maybe beyond. And we lay it out for you right now in order. Ephraim, would you like to go first? Let's hear it.
Sure. I'd love to go first.
Fire away, dog.
We are consumed with the 2 sides of the game. We talk about ad nauseum the offense and defense. Okay? Yep. That's what it is. Yep. All right? We know our offensive starters, we know our defensive starters. All of those guys and most of those guys are on our fantasy football teams. What we don't talk about is the third aspect of the game, and that's special teams. Special teams are special, right? They can make it good or bad for you. Now, for whatever reason, today was a special day for special teams.
My God.
I have never in my life been a part of a day of football that was this special. When you have multiple walk-off blocked field goals for scores. You have multiple. So we've been talking about the return game has been suffering for since the new rules. You have multiple special team returns, punt, kickoff returns for touchdowns that affected the outcome of games. So I want people to know that the majority of players who populate your favorite football team cut their teeth on special teams. Most players start there outside of the first or second round. And today just happened to be a very special day when it came to special teams rearing its beautiful head and coming away and helping these teams win. So my first thing is the specialty of special teams.
Well, I love it, and I'm going to move one of mine up because this is proof that you and I don't tell each other our 3 things before we do it, because mine is related, although I'm going to say it in a way that I don't know if you're going to appreciate. Now, again, you were not a special teamer.
No.
You were a starting offensive lineman.
Well, my first season in minicamp, I was on kickoff return, and I remember we were playing the Steelers in West Virginia on kickoff return, and I missed 5 blocks, and that was the last time I was on special teams.
We're going to find a different spot.
So thank God.
Yes.
That, I couldn't. That's when there had the real gunners coming down trying to push your helmet through the back of your butt, and I was like, oh no, this is not for me.
Yeah, well, let's find a different part of the field. And that's well played. But here's what I want to say, because you, Ephraim, and I've done it along with you. We have spent quite a bit of time over the last 3-4 weeks of our lives talking about what? We are talking about kickers. Do your job. You've got one job. Kick the ball. Make sure it goes through those 2 little yellow things up there. That's your job, and it's your only job. Outside of that, you're playing hacky sack and golf all camp long, right? You know what we haven't talked about? Probably not once in the history of you and I doing shows together. That's the people who block for kickers. What the hell are you all doing? What have you been doing? Because we're not asking you to block for long. That's not Lamar Jackson back there. That's not Kyler Murray. You don't need to find your man and hold him for 5, 6, 7. You need to touch him once. Just make sure your man doesn't fly through the line untouched and ruin the field goal. Green Bay, you're 2-1 because of a blocked kick. Los Angeles Rams, you're 2-1 because of 2 blocked kicks, including one, as you said, that was a walk-off. It almost cost the 49ers a game last night, and it probably should have cost the Buccaneers a game today, only because when you give the ball to Baker Mayfield with a minute to go, he seemingly always makes something happen. But only because of that did you not lose a football game today as well. We're not asking for a lot, big guys. Touch your man. That's it. Touch your man one time. Do your job.
And you see, I left kickers outside of my
you did good
special teams.
You did good.
I didn't even bring them up.
They were better today.
I brought up the special people on special teams.
I love it. And by the way, I live in San Francisco. Don't you talk about kickers today? Because we found a kicker. I was like, I would have puked if that was Jake Moody.
Oh my God!
That went out there for that game.
Yeah. You already turned the TV off.
Oh, I would have left. I'd have left. My wife wanted to turn this one off. I said, "Don't you worry. Eddie De Niro's got this one right down Broadway." Niners are rabbit out of a hat, 3-0. We'll get to them later. What's number 2?
Number 2 is I love cooking.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
I love cooking. But after watching one particular game, I think I'm going to get into baking.
Oh, I see what you did.
Okay. I feel compelled to start baking. Because my guy in Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, is really cooking. He is serving it up, and it's sweet, it's tasty, and it's filling. You already alluded to it. If you give him a minute, he's going to make you pay. Not once, not twice, but 3 times this year.
Yep.
He's gotten the ball in the waning minutes of a game and won that football game. Baker Mayfield is rewriting his story and recapturing his name.
He looks fantastic. And he's tough as nails.
Oh my God.
He got hit on the arm today, and he was shaking his right hand for a good solid quarter. And then he goes out there and he's not only moving up and down the field by throwing the ball. Where did that scrambling ability come from?
Yeah,
he's juking people, he's stiff arming people. That's a football player.
That is a football player, and he's willing to do anything to win, and that's why they're 3-0.
What'd you say earlier? Rewrite your name. Baker Mayfield has done it.
Back.
Hey, he has absolutely done it. So I love that, and it goes right there in lockstep with what my number 2 is, and that is that young man is throwing to the next big thing at the wide receiver position. If you have not had a chance to watch young Emeka Ibuka play football in the National Football League, you need to find yourself a TV that's got a Bucs game on it, especially because Mike Evans, for what feels like the 48th time in his career, has hurt his hamstring, and he's probably going to miss a little bit of time. And so here comes Ibuka, and I know Godwin is working his way back, but there is nobody, not Evans, not Godwin, or not anybody else that is going to take Ibuka off of the field. This man, these are his first 3 football games of his career. He's scored 3 touchdowns already. He is shining with one-handed catches down the field. He has body control. He has route running ability. He has speed. He is a first-round pick, and he looks like it. But at that position, you don't often see someone that ready, that fast. They've got chemistry already. That is the next big guy at the wide receiver position.
And he came to the perfect place.
He did. Yes, he did.
I mean, Baker Mayfield is ecstatic, and they're going to get extremely close these next few weeks because not quite sure what the Mike Evans injury and the hamstring is. But if Baker likes you and trusts you, he will feed you. Ask Mike Evans.
Amen.
Ask Mike Evans. And so, yes, I 100% agree with you. That young man is destined to be a star. Seriously. They knocked that out the park with that pick.
100%.
Big time.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. So, for my third, I normally like to go outside of football.
Yes.
So, I'm going to hold firm on that. And I found myself doing something today that I very rarely do when Sunday football is on. We didn't have that many games. I believe we only had 4 games in the afternoon window.
Yeah. Yep.
So it allowed me to check out the Dodger game.
All right.
I'm here in L.A., and I'm a Dodger fan, and I have an affinity for baseball. And ever since I started coaching my sons in baseball, and I'm pulling for the Dodgers, and I've been noticing them
Yes.
There's going to be a fight in the clubhouse. It has to be. All of the starting pitchers are going to line all the relievers up and throw fastballs into their face. Because you can pitch 7 hitless, scoreless innings and lose the game.
He gave up 1 hit, but you're on a roll.
One hit.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about from the past.
Yeah.
This is a thing now. It's not a once, twice, 3 times it's happened. No, I'm talking about in the last month. This is what the recipe is. What it does to teams playing you is it doesn't make them panic. The thing about baseball, when you go up in baseball, teams start to make adjustments and panic because it could be over in a flash. And when they know you're giving up the goods late in the 8th, 9th inning, they stay calm. And that's what we're seeing. So shame on the relieving efforts of the Dodgers bullpen. I'm sick and tired of it. We're going into October. We should be hitting our stride, which the starting pitchers are.
Yep.
But that bullpen, brother, it's going to be a short, it's going to be a short little wild card round. That thing going to be over real fast if this is what they come to the table with.
You're absolutely right. And you're the number one person in your firing squad with baseballs. I don't want to get too serious here, but with baseballs, your firing squad is Blake Treinen.
Oh, he got to go.
That's who you're talking about.
He got to go. He got to go home.
Treinen has 7 losses this year.
He got to go home.
Sporting an ERA that is over 5.5.
He's got to go. Literally, when he came out there, I'm like, what? No, not
there
him.
There you go. And that's the problem. Dave Roberts continues to put him into the leverage situations. He was handed a 1-0 game in the 8th inning today against a team that hasn't gotten a hit since the Biden administration, and they scored 3 runs.
Just happens to be your team.
Yeah, it does, which is why I'm going to be right here to take as many shots at them as possible, but who cares because their season's over. Let me give you a word to the wise, and you'll love this. A bullpen in baseball is an offensive line in football.
Oh, God.
They're the same thing.
Oh.
You give them no attention, but they are the thing that you need. They will make your warts go away, but boy, if they're not good, you will suck when you don't even know you suck. And you won't be able to understand why you suck. This Dodger team is not going to win in the playoffs with this bullpen.
No.
Period. It gets elevated even more when you get into the playoffs. And so I'm with you. You've pointed to something that is absolutely crucial. And this Dodger team, like many in the past, if you want to go over the last decade plus and wonder why the Dodgers had won so many divisions but then couldn't get through the playoffs, that's often the reason. They've never, ever fully committed to a great bullpen. And when they look to the north and wonder why 10, 15 years ago, a team that seemed somewhat devoid of talent won 3 World Series in 5 years, go look at their bullpen.
Yep.
Their bullpen was incredible during that period of time. That's what you're spot on. That's what the Dodgers need to do, and I don't know if there's enough time to figure it out.
Oh, no. The time is up.
Yeah.
We're done. We're done.
I got one more for you.
Yep.
And it's this. I don't care what the numbers say. It's Travion Henderson time. And this is not a fantasy football take. If you don't know who that is, he's a rookie running back for the New England Patriots. And the New England Patriots this year, to me, have been, and this may shock you, but they've probably been the most disappointing team so far this year in the NFL. I thought they were ready to take a step under Vrabel. Drake May has been largely fine, not great, but pretty good, workable for sure. But their defense is a disaster, and I don't fully understand why. And then when you speak about things I don't understand, let me focus on, and I'm sorry for this is going to sound mean, but what is Ramondre Stevenson still doing with a job? The man spent all last year fumbling the football. They took him out of multiple games. They had a press conference to announce that he had been demoted and benched. Then they went to the draft, and they got a running back. They also got a new coach. And I think everybody's looking at this going, okay, they saw it too. You can't put the ball on the ground. And then here are the Patriots running around against the Steelers doing what? Handing the ball to Ramondre Stevenson. What did he do? He fumbled. So how'd they react? They gave it to him again. And so what did he do? He fumbled again. Like, sometimes this is no different than Jake Moody, the kicker in San Francisco. How many times does someone need to send you a message before you receive it? Get the message. You got to do something different. You have a young quarterback who's talented, and man, he needs a running game. And Ramondre Stevenson and his backup Gibson, who put one on the ground as well, they lost that game today. You can credit the Steelers, but I'm also going to put that on the New England running backs for putting it on the ground so much today.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. You know who else I fought? Like, I'm very nervous for New England. Some of the things Mike Vrabel was doing, I will never I will not be a part of. If you're going for it on 4th down on your own 30,
yep,
that's certifiable. Like, you, brother, that I think they were on like it might not even been the 30. I think they were like on the 15 or something. It was something so out of line that I couldn't even believe it was happening. I thought I was tripping. I thought my reception must be off. Like, if he continues to put his team in harm's way like that, it is going to spiral out of control. Now, you can say, well, I'm building trust. They know I'm all in. Yeah, that's not how you do it.
Nope.
Because all it takes in a one-score game, which it was for the whole time, is for you to give the ball and the team doesn't have to get a yard and take points. Like, you're sacrificing, you're shooting yourself in the foot before you step outside. And to me, that's crazy. I do not agree with that. And they did it a bunch of times. It's a recipe for disaster.
And that's largely what I would say the start of the season for them has been. Already 1-2 and already 2 games behind the Bills in the division. This thing has a look of an absolute cakewalk for the Buffalo Bills this year. More on that coming up around the bend. We're flying toward halftime in the Sunday Nighter. The Chiefs are up 6-0 and threatening for more. We'll keep talking it out. That's Eve from Salam. I'm Mark Willard, and this is Fox Sports Radio.
Football is for the weekends. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best break it down. Two pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Here we go. Ben Mallet.
This year's iHeartRadio Music Festival kicking off the 2-day star-studded event going down at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas with a lineup that includes Ed Sheeran, Jelly Roll, Bailey Zimmerman, Mariah Carey, Maroon 5, Tim McGraw, LL Cool J, and so many more. The festival is being broadcast live each night on iHeartRadio stations across the U.S. in over 150 markets. Performances are also being live streamed on Hulu. Madonna is coming out with a new album next year. The as yet untitled record will be her first new studio effort in 7 years. The 67-year-old pop star announcing she would also be returning to Warner Records, the company that released her smash hits from 1983 through 2008.
Let's go. What did I miss?
LeBron James says he's not as close with Drake as he used to be. The NBA star telling 360 with Speedy that he wished the rapper the best, but they're in different places right now, adding that it's always love for sure. The two have been friends for years. Drake even got a tattoo of James wearing his high school jersey before covering it up. The friendship seems to have cooled off ever since Drake's feud with Kendrick Lamar.
Singer Jessie J preparing to drop new music in November. She announced her 6th studio album titled Don't Tease Me with a Good Time in a post on Instagram. Comes as she navigates life following a breast cancer diagnosis earlier this year. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Pulsoni.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding an office?
We like to say this is for the we generation. It's not limited by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea.
The co-working giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world.
Downtown Vancouver.
We work here in Shenzhen.
WeWork खुला है मुंबई के.
From Wondery, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Wars, comes a new series, We Crashed, about a $47 billion startup.
There's a lot of talk about movement and culture and spiritual awakening and empowerment. And quite frankly, it just all sounded, it's easy to say now.
That was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned to me and said, this is a cult.
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crashed wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
On your television. Go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
I think we need to talk. Good thing that's what we do for a living. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios, and be sure to check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Right now, use the promo code FOXGAME. That's FOXGAME to claim your special offer at DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Don't forget, that's promo code FOXGAME. What the hell's going on between Andy Reid and Travis Kelce?
I'm sure he's telling them stop kicking field goals and just go for it. I could see that.
And Andy Reid, I don't think he wanted to discuss strategy with Travis Kelce. In fact, it looked to me like Andy Reid had saved up whatever Travis did to him in the Super Bowl. He saved it up for today and just gave him one back.
Gave it back to him.
Wow. So, by the way, my bad. I don't want to assume everybody listening is like, what happened? Well, very heated exchange on the sideline. And Travis seems to be the less aggressive in this particular angle that we get. He's walking toward Andy Reid coming off the field. Reid starts to charge at him, red-faced and screaming, and gives him the little kind of pectoral bump, if you will. And it didn't seem to faze Travis at all.
No.
He's just kind of like, oh man, big man gave me one.
I mean, they are in lock. They've been together forever,
long time,
right? Like when you go home and your uncles and your brothers and your cousins and all of that, it's a different energy, So they know the love is there. It's just like, you gonna hear me.
Shut the bleep up.
You gonna hear me.
Well, I mean, and they, you said stop kicking field goals. Harrison Butker had hit 2 long ones tonight. The next one was shorter.
You got to remember the first one clanked in.
It was a doink.
It clanked.
Yeah, it was a 50-something yarder, though, so I'm not going to get too hot and bothered about that. Then he hit a 48-yarder right down the middle. And then he just pushed a 40-yarder and missed it. And it's only 6-0.
Okay, so
they look out of sync. Travis is like, there are plays where he's open 6 yards away from Patrick, and Patrick just missed him. Like,
well,
I don't know what I'm watching here.
I'll tell you what the Giants are doing. They're getting him off his spot. He's very uncomfortable. He's scrambling. He's made some miraculous plays with his legs and his ability to extend broken plays and get the ball down the field. But I want to go back to what I said at the beginning of this game on the Giants' first drive.
Okay.
When they gave away 3 points. Could you tell me what the score is with 2 minutes going into half?
That would be 6-0 Kansas City.
Okay, so in that first 4th and 3 or whatever it was from the 30-yard line, if the Giants would have opted to kick the field goal, could you tell me what the score would be with you having the ball heading into this final drive going? What would the score be possibly?
Well, based on today, I think it would be 13-0 Chiefs because they would have blocked it and returned it for a touchdown. 6-3 would be the opportunity. That'd be the opportunity in front of them.
Okay, I just wanted to, because people think I'm like, oh, you got to get with the times, from the, they're not kicking field goals and they're going for it. They're doing this, they're doing that.